Hello, my fellow thinkers, and welcome to another Perspective Philosophy live stream where we discuss everything from veganism, Catholicism, ethics, politics, metaphysics, and epistemology, and anything else you can possibly think of from a philosophical perspective. So, if you're interested in that, subscribe, like, do all that good stuff. Okay, so hope you're all having a lovely night. Tonight's just going to be a Q&A slash call-in slash debate evening. We're gonna mingle, we're gonna chat, we're gonna see what other people's perspectives are, and that's the plan. So, hello, plant abuser. How you doing? How you doing today? Make sure that everyone is aware that I have now returned. Okay. Right. So, hey man, how you doing? Nagrom? Vegan Catholic, but didn't Jesus do that miracle of multiplying the fish? Yes. Yes, he did. One, right, you don't have to read the Bible literally as a Catholic, and two, those fish were already dead, right? And there's a whole thing of how you should even interpret that, whether it was even fish. There's loads of stuff but regardless, the Catholic Catechism even says that we should avoid unnecessary suffering to animals. At the time of Christ, probably did need to eat animals to live. Just to live. You don't need to do that now in the 21st century. So I would argue Christ now would be vegan. You know that, so yeah. You can send some videos, Plant Abuser, if you like. 33% and done. Welcome back, man. I once had when I was doing like some activism at Gay Pride, and I had someone react like with that about the fishes. So like, what about the fishes? Like, it's like what? Didn't know you were a Catholic. Not gonna lie. I reverted about 2 years ago to Catholicism. I think it's actually the strongest position. Um, like it actually is like the strongest metaphysical position. I'm just moved by good arguments, man. I can't, same reason I'm a vegan. Yeah, only 2 years ago. So I was raised Catholic. So I was raised Catholic for 19 years. So I was Catholic till I was 19. And then I became an agnostic for about 8 years. And then when I was about 27, I reverted back to Catholicism. Relation of the Catholic and not Orthodox is really because of the Filioque. I would defend the Filioque, and I believe that the universality of the church is superior in the fact that it needs a representative, which would be the Pope. So I actually like the Pope and papal authority, and also in the sense that it's you could think of it kind of like a constitutional monarchy, setting off on the will of the people, the subjectivity of the church, the unity of the church, and also the Filioque I think is the superior, metaphysically superior. I think that the Orthodox conception of the Trinity is not as tenable. I don't think the Pope is going to cause a schism, though. I think the Pope's actually doing his best to avoid a schism because of the Tradcaths. I think the Tradcaths are probably more of the problem, to be honest. I have returned, says he. Yes. You think a schism will happen? I don't know, man. Maybe the Americans will break off. I don't know. We'll see. I could just imagine it. The Americans leave NATO and the church simultaneously. They're just only more proof why Europe needs to be the global hegemon. I was debating my friend about the concept of pride. Do you think it is possible to be proud of something else? I feel like people mean something different when they use that expression. Oh, 100%. I think there's been prideful in the sense of taking satisfaction in one's achievements, or being and even in relation to the achievements of others, or in the in overall just giving positive sort of approval towards something. Like if I'm proud of you, it's not in the same way as like I'm prideful, where I'm putting myself before God or putting my judgments above that and the reason of others. I think there's a difference between pride in the sense of whatever I'm thinking is essentially correct, I am superior. That is really understood as the Catholic consideration of pride as a vice. And then there is pride in the colloquial sense. Like I think, for example, gay pride is a really great example where I think it means pride in the rejection of shame. So it's like we will not be shamed, not that we are superior to others. It's like quite the contrary. It's that we will be treated as equals. And it's like I will not be ashamed of who I am. When it's like gay pride, it's just essentially a response to shame. I don't think it means like I'm better than others or what I think is right or anything like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Africa actually is the problem in many ways, Hound. Like Africa actually really is the problem in the church because it is so unbelievably anti-homosexual. There's just no need for it. They just hate the gays, man. They just have that. Like I don't know why. Like I was even talking to one of me like local priests about this, and he's like Europe is largely like indifferent to homosexuality. We don't really have a problem. The Americans are like split, like they're a split church. South America is a little bit more hostile, but Africa is just like nah, not even a little bit, won't even budge. But in Rome, they kept invading. They were hella gay. Makes sense that Africa has some trauma around it. I just think that they're less socially advanced. I think that's the truth of it. I think we'd like to tiptoe around it, but I think they're less socially advanced. Like what can we say? Like it's sad, but I mean, like there's reasons for that. Historical, they were basically abused as a continent for like 1,000 years. You're gonna kind of expect this sort of thing to happen. Just send them through on video request, Plant Abuser, and I'll have a deeks. I'll get Hearthstone on the go. Oh, it says it dropped frames there, so you might be right. One second, I'll close some stuff because I think I've got some programs open that might be slowing things down. Hopefully that should have resolved it. Saying that's like solid FPS, low CPU usage, and it seems as though it's sending enough bandwidth for the bandwidth. Send it through Discord, Plant Abuser, if you've got Discord. No, but I do think there's a problem. Like there is actually a problem with the sort of dogmatism of Africa. In relation to the church, they just seem to be unwilling to listen to to even respect like sort of doctrinal approaches. It's just very, very traditional. You have. Let's have a look. I haven't got them. The plant abuser. Where did you put them? Thoughts on your question? I didn't see your question. I don't know why. Let's have a look. Big question. What do you think is the best pitch for the existence of God, Christian God? Do you get there from philosophical arguments or evidence from the historical resurrection or something else? Historical, not historical evidence. Philosophical arguments, always and everywhere. Absolutely. Something true for all time. You know, true in itself. Like something like the argument for from sufficient reason, from the principle of sufficient reason. From divine simplicity, and then the Hegelian ontological approach. Also, back to the fish miracle thing. You said that they were dead, right? But wouldn't eating fish, even if it's dead, might contradict veganism? No, not really. If you were talking about essentially that it wouldn't perpetuate more harm to animals, it wouldn't. So veganism's not about eating animals; it's about harming animals. When you buy dead animals at a supermarket, you perpetuate others to be born, to be bred, born, and then slaughtered for your preferences. That's the problem that we have. If you find roadkill or something like that and eat it, we don't care. It's not against veganism to do that. That's where you get like freeganism and stuff, where they go dumpster diving and they eat meat out of dumpsters and stuff. That's vegan. You can do that. I don't think the philosophical arguments have any merits, and yeah, all the time part is what I question most. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say to you, Aaron. You're welcome to debate us, you know. You meet God, he tells you he has to reborn you as a different animal. What animal do you pick? Oh, we're talking about something that has to be alive now. Like, or do I get like, or do I, oh, right, because if otherwise I'm going like Titanosaurus or some shit. Like, oh man. Like, of the animals that I know, even like, kangaroo seems like a good one, man. I don't know. I think a kangaroo would be a solid choice. Domestic dog. I don't. Yeah, it depends though. Where? That's the thing. Do you know where this is going to be? Like with kangaroo, I'm a marsupial. I have to be in Australia for the, you know, flatworm. Just dumb. Just the dumbest thing. Happy to debate, but last time I got to a place where we can't progress until I read at least Hume and Hegel. Well, at least Hume. Come on, man. You can't even. That's like philosophy 101. Or I have a course, you know. Flatworm will be a bad choice, man. Thomas Aquinas is an amazing philosopher, like one of my favorites. Absolutely incredible. How do we call in? You can join if you join the Discord. If you join the Discord and then you go to call in waiting on call ins. That's not actually capturing Hearthstone. One second there. I just had to switch screen for it to work. Oh, Zebediah the second. How doth thee sit today? My lord. Well, how you doing, man? First call in. How are you doing? You're muted, by the way, Rev.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can't now. I'm going to turn you down a little, though. Right, speak again there, mate.
Sorry, my mic is pretty bad. I'm just wondering, are you a moralist?
I didn't hear a word of what you just said. Am I what?
Are you a moral realist?
I am a moral realist, yes.
Okay. So would you accept like an alethic thesis?
I'm not sure
Like,
what.
are you a realist in a robust sense?
Yes, I'm a robust realist, yeah.
Be your account as to how you can apply truth predicates to like any given subjunctive conditional, for example.
Sorry, could you say that again without, like, with a combination of you speaking really fast with the mic, just totally didn't get what you said.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just wanting to know how you'd give an account as to how you can apply truth predicates to like subjunctive conditionals. Because on my view, I'd take like a deflationary account of
Um,
that.
I mean, I don't think. Can you give me an example, like, of what, like, you'd be referencing, like, of a subjunctive
Like what
conditional
is
that you
subjunctive?
would, yeah.
Yeah, well, the idea is just going to be like that subjunctive conditionals are going to be modal. So there's going to be like
This is so
conditionals where like
analytic.
the
This is so analytic. Like when you're speaking, it's like this is the most analytic. I'm a continental philosopher, by the way, so this is the words you're using are causing me suffering right now. But I'm going to try and work through it.
right. Uh, so do you? Sorry. So do you think it's just continental stuff is just brain rot in my opinion?
I feel the same
I'm,
about analytic philosophy, depending on, well, depending on who wrote it. I think there's a point in where we're meeting in the middle, and it's a nice point. But I think you should be open to all forms of philosophy, I guess, to some degree. Good ideas aren't really exclusive to one field, to one tradition.
yeah. I guess like what I'm just asking is if we can like offer this approach to like this relationship between like logic and metaphysics, like on a modal account, using some sort of like first order logic, which is prop logic, but instead of being only like variables and connectives, there'd be like turn letters and predicate letters and quantifiers to bind them. So like the whole idea of binding the quantifiers to variables is what it means is you're restricting what you can deduce with the formula that has quantifiers in it. So like the ideas of what you can substitute, like the variables, like substitute a variable for another constant. In prop logic, you can take like any formula meta variable and substitute it for any meta constant, but it's not as free and easy with like term variables and predicate variables. So that's just going to be related to like the account that you would give on like your lethic thesis for moral realism, where you're applying like a truth predicate variable to like a subjunctive conditional. I want to know how you do that on your account.
This must be how people hear me when I start talking about Hegel, man. Like, right. So, like, if we're talking, I just want, like, rather than, like, because there's a lot of subject specific vocab there that I'm not really sort of used to using. So, can you make this more concrete for me, like natural language?
Yeah, I'll put it more like a Hegelian terms. Basically, the idea is
Okay,
just going to be
okay.
that like time, like the temporal thesis is just going to be like the self emptying itself into history. So it's like an imminent negation, and it's the self doing the emptying, but the emptying is the self negating itself inwardly. So you get like higher levels of it. So like in the stage of like determinate
What the
negation,
fuck are
you
you
get like you
talking
get.
about, man? Like the self
I'm
emptying
just putting in like
itself into
Hegelian terms.
history. That's
Do you
not
know what sublation is?
Hegelianism, man. Like we don't empty ourselves into history. Like we are part of history, but I
No,
don't
that's
know
not
what
what
you.
Hegel says.
Well, Hegel says that the self is essentially the absolute, right? But like there is the subjective self, so then there's the objective self, then there is the self in itself, which is the thinking thing. But it's not like when it like in its emptying itself into history. Are you talking about it's like essentially it's self negation where it particularizes itself at the beginning of history and then moves through sublation onwards towards its like completion, perfection, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
like whereabouts are we in this sort of like I get Hegel, but the way that you're speaking right now, I don't get.
yeah, so that's the idea. Like the being within self comes at the end of the completed stage. So there's still some concreteness at the end of the stage, and then it goes on to the next level and it moves inwardly. So like when
But
consciousness is developing, this is
inward
what
external,
Hegel
yeah.
talks about.
He
Yeah,
said it
it's
moves,
at first
yeah.
it's like abstract,
It's
and
it's
it's
like a
the self
dyad,
moving
yeah.
inward, moving inwards towards the negation, and that's how it's determining itself. It's moving inward, and that's how you understand time. That's the whole point. It's this
Well,
unpacking of negation that turns into the subject. So that's why when we experience time and we sublate the nature of time, we get time dilations, and all of it is based on the same movement of negation. It's the fractal repeating of the notion that happens somewhere in consciousness, but like the formal version of that isn't happening because understanding is too abstract, but it's getting closer.
I'm just
That's the
wondering.
idea.
I'm like, look, okay, we're gonna like. I think slowing this it's hitting the point where I'm not even like, if I'm hitting a point where I'm gonna have to try and slow things down and decipher what you're saying relative to an understanding of Hegel. I think almost everyone is going to have to, right? So like, I don't know if you're right or wrong yet, right? You could be very right, and everything you could be saying is absolutely the case. But the way you're speaking is essentially word vomiting. And that's not helpful.
Right. Maybe it'd be good to like clear up what we take sublating to be. I think that's an important movement that needs to
I
happen.
don't know. No, we don't need to go anywhere near sublation just yet, because I have no idea what we're supposed to be talking about. Because when we started this, you wanted to know something about robust realism, my position on how I would defend essentially a position on truth in relation to what is it? What did you call it? A subjective? Is it a subject predicate? Or I can't even remember what the fucking terms you used. And then
no, it was just
now,
how you give an account of, like,
we're
an
talking about time and Hegel's concept of time. And I don't even know where this is gone.
Well, no, that's the thing. When we're talking about, again, just to clarify, we're talking about the robust realism account, where it's going to like involve some sort of like alethic thesis, which you accepted. I'm just wondering, under that alethic thesis, because that would entail some like movement of time emptying itself into negation. So like that alethic thesis is just, I'm just wanting to know how you would give an account as to how you applied truth predicates to subjunctive conditionals. That was my original question. I just wanted to see your account on that, because I would take like a deflationist account and just say that, you know, the truth predicate is just going to like recurse back to the way that we assert the subjunctive, something like that. There's nothing like metaphysically informative going on there. So that's where we got into the Hegel stuff about time.
I don't think we got anywhere. I think that's the truth of that. I feel like you've had half of a conversation and I've been here, but I don't really feel like I've participated in it at all. Right? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Like, you have a PhD in philosophy, right?
I'm a doctoral student in philosophy, but yeah, like the way that you're speaking is just essentially the word vomit.
Yeah, I guess all I'm trying to ask again is about more on your account of like moral realism. How are you going to hash out like positive and negative valences, for example, since you're a Hegelian?
Positive and negative what, sorry?
Valences.
What do you mean by valences?
A valence is just going to be like basically like the value that you're ascribing to like an experience of good or bad.
Oh, right. So how would in relation to the expression of freedom, I would so a point of self and like freedom in the Hegelian sense of like according with reason, such that you are properly self-actualizing your identity. So I think that the way that you would be able to work that out, well, Hegel would argue that it's worked out through an institutional structure from which we are trying to express our desires. For at a foundational level, there's the system of needs, which are the necessary prerequisites to essentially continue on your existence, such that you can't actually express any level of freedom. So there's freedom in its necessity, and then there's your more like your caprice, your desires, your more you might want to call them more subjective, I guess, but more hedonistic aspects of your freedom, such that you have your specific first order desires that you're trying to express, that aren't necessarily encapsulated in need but in want, and at that point you are mediating with other agents such that you form a ethical and epistemological structure of recognition where you are constantly recognizing, this is metaphysics really and philosophy as a whole, where you're constantly recognizing yourself and the other through the interrelation of of your desires.
Right. I guess like in my understanding of Hegel, that interpretation might be a little off because he's wanting to say that like in the first two stages of consciousness, we go back like sense certainty, perception,
Mhm.
consciousness doesn't like realize that the object is its object and then it's more external to consciousness. But through like experience, which is like the negation of the object, like the negative moment of reason, when it does that, it self-sublates from sense certainty, which is like corresponding to the logic stage of reality, and then it self-sublates into perception, and then those two modes truly sublate that moment of certainty to truth for the first time. And the moment of certainty, which is the
Yeah, but where
reality
I
of
was speaking
experience.
from is way beyond, let's say, like at the phenomenology of spirit of immediate sense certainty, building up
No,
to
I
the
know.
words of like the basic recognition of the other, which is what you're doing now. I'm talking about once we've moved past the lord and bondsman relationship, established the contractual relation, and then established the state, and now we have essentially the bedrock of how we would have a moral epistemological system which is actually functional. Because until that point, it's mostly built on authority,
Yeah, I was
and
just
that
using that analogously because it's still going to be like the same form of mediation. Both moments, like the reality of experience, is going to negate both moments, and then there's going to be like an immediate grasping of the certainty of that truth, which is going to be like a new immediacy, and that certainty is being mediated by those prior moments, but now they're ideal, and it's also like a truth of those two. So it's like a truth of that certainty. So he's like converging certainty and truth into a higher notion,
well, what
and
he's
like forces what.
converging is it's not certainty and truth. I mean, truth is the truth. Like certainty and truth are the same thing at the end, which is absolute knowing and absolute self certainty, right? Which is immediate mediation. So what we're talking about is the immediate that he presents at the beginning of the phenomenology is when he's talking about self certainty is immediacy, and then he contravenes that, saying that instantly falls into mediation because the like for example the most particularized notions of the here and now can only be understood in relation to a universality to its relation with other moments, and so it instantly falls out of itself. And that's the sense of like logical dyad that he continues on throughout the logic, the philosophy of nature, philosophy of mind, every single one of his works. Sure, like that's his concept of essentially sublation, where it's like the negation of negation. It goes
No,
so
no,
far one side that it essentially negates itself to, and then falls back into its opposing, into its opposite, and it does that again, and then sublates itself into a higher form of, into a higher dyad, essentially.
No, he's trying to say like the immediacy of ordinary consciousness is the being in itself that's sublating and becoming a being for itself, which is an indifference to the bad infinite. Infinite. So out of like pure love and
Yeah, well,
attraction, it
the
moves back
idea
into
it's
itself.
being for itself becomes being for and in itself. That's the ideal. So as being for itself is sublated to being in itself, which is sublated to being for and in itself. But
Yeah,
like,
so
yeah,
finite time is like a bad infinite of time. It's just an endlessness that keeps repeating. Just
yeah, I
like
would,
this, so
I
this
would,
created
I would
order.
agree. I just don't like. I mean, I
Yeah.
agree with you. I just don't know why we're having this conversation. Like, I don't.
Well, yeah, because the contingency that allows the absolute to be restless in itself, the created order of the universal forms, is eternally at rest in itself and eternally moving in itself. Because like this world has a built-in infinite
He
contingency that has
doesn't
no
say that
return.
though. He says the quite. He says like our relationship to time is one-sided. God's relationship to time is such that like the way that absolute like in the same way that he says becoming falls out of itself into being, like the end of time is a point of eternality, not everlasting time. It's in such that it can be like its relationship to time is such that it can place itself in time, but it understands time like as an immediate self-certainty with itself, which is only expressed in the eternality of God. So like it's like the point in which he's actually getting at isn't to say that there continues this dyadic relationship. Actually, quite the contrary. Says they're both undone and overcome into the unity of the self, which in absolute knowing. So it's not that there are two forms of time. There is one form of time, but we perceive of it one way or the other because of essentially our relationship to ourselves, which is incomplete. But God wouldn't do that. Like at the point of absolute knowing, it's not like that.
Oh, okay, because okay, so time is constantly flowing in some like bad infinite way. So like the present
No,
is the genuine infinite version of time.
no,
The
it's that
being
the
for self is the absolute negation. That's the mediated version. And then the immediate version is where like the being for
there
self
is
becomes the genuine infinite as one. And then that sublates into like the plurality of modes. And then like once it duplicates itself and returns to itself through attraction, that's where we get quantity. That's what true Hegel's trying to say. Not these secondary sources. That's not Hegel.
I'm not
So
talking
the
about
absolute
secondary
can't be
sources.
outside of
I'm
this.
I'm talking about the phenomenology of spirit at the end of the phenomenology of spirit. And like Hegel is making clear that becoming is overcome and falls into being, which is immediately self-certain. And what he's doing is saying that there is no need for mediation, or rather, mediation and the immediate become one, because the dyadic relationship with them is actually an illusion, which is absolutely synthesized and perfectly synthesized at the end of history. And that's what marks the difference between the end of history and essentially the historical process, because sublation is essentially the way that it works is the constant. Like, it's not right to say, like, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. That wouldn't be right, because then you wouldn't essentially be able to account for the dialectical movement, and that's why you have sublation. But it is absolutely affirming that the end of history is a perfect synthesis between two opposing opposites that unify into one single substance, which is why he even argues for this in the Science of Logic in relation to the Christian Trinity, and a point of absolutely perfect self-mediation, where God is perfectly self-mediated. Like, there is one instantaneous experience of self. Like, that is it. There is no need for an explanation of time in term that then falls out of itself. This is the unity of being. You're looking at it like a process. When the process is completed, it's retrocausative. You're looking at it from the beginning of time, not the end of time.
Yeah, but that the sublating is not reflective. It's more of like a dialectical move, and that's in that way he's creating like a total system of integration where these contradictions have true limits, but you don't get
But
to see that, and that's what separates them.
contradiction
You
exists
see the
only.
necessary logic.
He
That's what
even
he's trying to
says
say.
contradiction exists only in the mind, but not in nature. In the absolute truth, at the end of history, it is absolutely overcome, and there is no one-sidedness at all. It has dissipated to the point in which the immediate and the mediate are absolutely one and the same. So time cannot be a becoming anymore. It has to be an absolute unified being. So yeah. And that's why
Well, hold on, real
nothingness,
quick.
because
What
he
about what
even
he says
says
here?
nothingness ceases to. It's a nothingness itself is an incoherent concept, and he even says that at the end of the phenomenology, and then falls into being. The unity
What
of
he's about,
being.
he says here in paragraph 231, real quick, consciousness in the experience of absolution has risen to the realization that the individual consciousness is implicitly one with the absolute essence, which is, however, still placed essentially beyond itself. In this realization, self-consciousness has been projected into the world of objects, into the realm of being, and it has also identified itself with the universal. It has become the middle term in a syllogism, which reconciles the individual with the unchangeable universal, in which thereby sees itself as all truth.
Unchangeable, universal.
He's talking about the bad infinite of time. That's what he's talking about.
He
That's real
says it
Hegel.
has become one with the unchangeable universal.
A moment of indifference to the bad infinite of time. It's just flowing in some bad infinite way. Endlessly.
No,
It's this endless repeating, like a negation into itself.
What did you say? It was
230.
231. I'm assuming in the phenomenology of spirit. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm assuming this is the Miller translation. Well, the
Yes.
Miller, yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see. Where are we? We're nowhere near the end of history right now. So let's have a look. So let's see. It's 294. Say 231, did you say? Yeah?
Yes.
certainty of truth and truth of reason. In grasping the thought that the single individual consciousness is in itself absolute essence, consciousness has returned into itself. For the unhappy consciousness, the in itself is beyond of itself, but its movement has resulted in positing. But one, this is a refutation of the unhappy consciousness, which has essentially externalized its own, like essentially itself from its own essence. Like it's incapable of achieving itself because it's negating its animality, right? That's its rejection of essentially the Stoics, where they have alienated themselves from their own desire. And so remember, like this right now, what we're talking about is essentially the unity of reason, of reason with desire. But its movement has resulted in positing completely self-developed single individual, or the single individual that is actual consciousness, because essentially it has recognized its own freedom, and so in its attempt to see itself as perfectly self-caused, it has realized itself as perfectly free and negative, as the negative of itself, as the objective extreme. In other words, it has successfully struggled to divest itself of its being for self and has turned it into mere being, right? That would be the bad infinite of being a Stoic, where you've alienated yourself and you've seen yourself as essentially just merely contemplative reason. You've removed yourself from itself. You've removed your being from your essence. In this movement, it has also become aware of its unity with this universal. A unity for us no longer falls outside of it, since the superseded single individual is universal, and since consciousness maintains itself in this negativity, it is present as consciousness as such as its essence. Its truth is that which appears in the syllogisms whose extremes appeared as held in absolute asunder as the middle term, which proclaims the unchangeable consciousness in this single individual has renounced itself, and so the individual that is unchangeable for it is no longer an extreme, but is reconciled with it. This middle term, basically, essentially, it's reconciled with the absolute extremities of itself as reason. As reason itself, as that which is absolutely actual, which is being. The middle term in this unity is directly aware of both and connecting them, and this consciousness of their unity, which proclaims the consciousness and thereby. I mean, that's really nice, but like even says the consciousness and thereby to itself, the consciousness of certainty of being all truth. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, like that's absolutely fine, but all he's really arguing for there is essentially a relationship to yourself in which you take yourself to be essentially detached contemplation, which you would attribute to something like Stoicism, or you might attribute something like Buddhism, where it's the removal of the self in terms of your corporeal desires or your contingent desires, and you see yourself as that which is absolutely universal, which is then limited in these desires. He says in doing so, you actually go on to an extreme which proves that you are that, but has led to essentially an unhappiness, which then forces you back. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, like what I would be talking about, and I suggest that you would go and read from this, is way further down than this. You want to go to...
Wait, but hold on real quick. That's just to point out what I was saying earlier, that it's the self emptying itself into history. So it's an imminent negation. It's the self doing the emptying, but the emptying is the self negating itself inwardly. So you're getting higher levels of it, is what he's saying. So you get this being within self.
In the temporal sense,
stable stage of concreteness.
But remember, this is already being completed.
Yeah, it's pure becoming and pure being is not stable. So the being within self comes at the end of the completed stage. So there's still some concreteness at the end, and then it goes on to the next level and it moves inwardly. So it's abstract at first because the self is moving inwards towards negation, is what I'm saying. And as it determines itself, it's moving inward. That's how we understand this genuine bad infinite as one.
If you mean the bad infinite as essentially the relation between being, like the whole point is he's saying that this is not, it's not that being is unstable or becoming is unstable. Actually becoming, it's unstable because it's moving between the dyad of being and essence, because it's not perfectly sublated. It hasn't actually been reconciled in its unity. It hasn't been perfectly synthesized. If it was perfectly synthesized, it is absolutely stable, and that's what history's progressing towards. That's the whole point. That's why retrocausatively at the end of history, there is this position in which being and essence in its extremes have absolutely perfectly mediated to reveal that they are one in the same, such that their truth is only one and unchanging. There is no being or essence, there is only one unified substance, which is the truth of itself. It is perfectly mediated in itself, which for a Christian like Hegel is the consubstantial relationship of the Holy Trinity, such that they are all God, mediating each other permanently, co-eternally. Like that's
No, that's the mediated version. The immediate version is where the being
is
for self becomes the genuine infinite as the one. That's sublating
that
into
is
the plurality
God.
of
God
modes.
is one
That's
and three
duplicating itself.
simultaneously. He's perfectly mediated and immediate simultaneously. He is never like
So when
one God, three persons. That's the whole point. And Hegel even argues for this.
So when it's the genuine infinite as the one, it's sublating into the plurality of modes. And then once it duplicates itself, it's returning to itself through attraction. That's where you get quantity. It's what Hegel's saying. So the absolute can't be outside of itself. Is the idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree the absolute can't be outside of itself. But what you were saying before, essentially that history is that you have this constantly developing history and also this relationship with the eternal. It's like, no, Hegel's not arguing that. Hegel's arguing that it is an absolute instant eternality. Not that, like, and when you look at quantity, like Hegel's point about quantity, and like this would be the perfect relation between quantity and quality, such that it is absolutely self-same. Like, you're looking at this from the point of a dyadic relationship which has not been fulfilled. This has been absolutely fulfilled. Like, it's done. History has been complete. And this is the beginning of history as much as it is the end, because the self negates itself, right? And like Hegel doesn't see this as essentially from the perspective of like Hegel is going to affirm it is the beginning and the end, such that the completion of history, its absolute self-unity as a single instantaneous moment of logical self-relation that would be understood in a single act of creation. That is what Hegel is essentially perceiving as the development of history, the absolute perfection of history, such that there is a logical relationship between the first moment of history and the last moment of history that necessitates an instant, an immediate relationship, immediate relationship between a particular being, or rather the externality of being and the internality of being, moving onwards through the logic, ultimately to the end of an absolutely stable unity. And that absolutely stable unity is the created existence, right? That is history.
No. He's saying there's going to be a point where pure thought realizes that the conceptual unification is external, so it's reflecting on that unification, and through its own impulse, as the object, when it's the object and the subject, it's sublating that unification. That's the transcending negation and the contradiction in this limitless abstraction where it's interacting with its unconcealed nature. You're saying what Fichte is saying, the same thing Fichte is saying, where the impulse comes outside.
No,
Hegel's
I'm not.
trying to say that
I'm
it's imminent.
not saying that
Pure
it's coming
being
from
is spontaneous
outside.
becoming.
I'm not saying.
It separates from its own mode and it comes back into it.
I'm not
That's how
saying that
being drives itself. That's how being drives itself imminently.
I'm not
and it
saying
keeps doing
that.
this. And it's a repeating of the notion of pure thought. The logical notion of the motion is repeating in the sensuous mode. That in the sensuous mode, the super sensuous mode.
When we're talking about the end of history, it doesn't make sense to talk about becoming, because becoming implies a nothingness and a relationship with the essence which is not self-same. I suggest you read the logic. It wouldn't make sense.
I've read the logic.
It doesn't make sense to say that being and nothingness are there at the end of history. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Right here, I'm saying 132. The thing of perception has passed away.
You want to be going.
Paragraph 132.
You want to be going more like
right
795. You want to be going more like 795 at the end of history. You're talking about something which is.
No. 132 is analogous. It's talking about the thing of perception, right? Which has passed away into a universal which is unconditioned, since it includes what is specific and individual in itself and is not merely an essence set over against the unessential. Consciousness has implicitly grasped the notional character of its object, but not having itself become purely notional, fails to recognize itself in the object before it which is still treated as an object alien to itself.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know why you said that as a response. All he's saying is that the subject has failed at this point to reconcile itself as the object, such that it is only being for self and not being for and in itself.
You've never read Hegel.
You're an idiot. Like, I don't know what to say. You quote the start of the phenomenology when we're talking about the end of the phenomenology.
Hold on, no, this is enforced and understanding. What are you talking about? You don't.
Like,
You've
we're
never
talking
read Hegel,
about the end of the phenomenology. Not you're like, it seems to me that you have a precursory reading of Hegel's, which you've actually not understood the concepts of being and essence.
You don't even understand the movement of negation. What I'm referring to. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
I understand. I do. Like, that has
into the imminent negation.
I'm assuming we both agree with negation and the negation of negation, such that it is an immediate, necessary force throughout history. But what you're talking about is a position in history which is not analogous to the end of history. You're comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing essentially the sensuous man, right? That's the point. You're comparing what he would call the sensuous man or an animal, right, with God, right? That's the positions in terms of
analogous. When you're saying it's not analogous, what I'm saying is not analogous, that conceptually entails that there's no translucent access to the content of the proposition. So give the argument for that.
Oh my God.
Give the argument for that. You claim to have a PhD. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't understand the conceptual entailments of what you're saying.
I don't know.
Give the argument. There's no translucent access to the content of the proposition. Give the argument for that.
No translucent access to the content.
Do you understand what it means to have translucent access to the content? Okay, so if I were to say, like, if properties pertaining to the desirability of a hypothetical norm are translucent, then
I'm not even sure what you just fucking said, because you just went blah, 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 blah.
Oh, okay, so you don't understand what I'm saying, right?
No, because you're talking too fucking quickly. Like, I'm trying to, like, what the fuck? I have no idea what you're saying.
And you claim to have read Hegel, but you don't understand this basic logic.
No, I understand his basic logic, mate. Like, what I don't understand is why you're going, like, blah, 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 into the mic and then going,
I'm not going blah, blah, blah. I'm speaking.
Like, no, but you're not.
I'm giving you the conceptual entailments. You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. Give me the account as to how you have translucent access to the content of the proposition. You don't even understand the conceptual entailment.
I'm actually trying to work out the words you're saying, right? Not even the contents of the words. I'm trying to work out the specific. Can you repeat what I just said? No, I've said that a lot. I don't know what you're actually saying.
Let me ask you this. Is something distorting your rational faculties?
No, I can't hear you.
Is it my microphone quality?
It's a mixture between your microphone and how fast you're speaking. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right. So all I'm asking about is I'm just talking about, like, the properties pertaining to the desirability of a norm. Okay. And I'm using this analogously to, like, Hegel's logic. So all I'm asking you is that if I give you, like, a thesis and say, like, for example,
wait, let's start. So you're talking about the probability, the properties relating to the desirability of a norm, essentially.
Yes.
Right. In what regard? So like, specifically, what are you looking for? So like in relation to something like the desirability of, like, like, let's say a relationship, like a normative relationship between agents, or as in the norms, like in terms of self-relation of essentially an ethical paradigm. Is this what you're trying to work out? Like, they're going to both
be, like, normative relations, presumably, right? Because hypothetical norms are just going to, like, bottom out some counting in favor of relations, presumably, right? So
the all should balance out, and essentially what Hegel's going to say is essentially expression of freedom.
Okay, so the thing I'm just asking you, on your view, when you say X is valuable, is that just going to be some linguistic token for saying you're perceiving X's desirability?
Well, no, like, when I say, like, X is desirable, it'll be whether it actually expresses freedom, which is going to be directly determined to the expression of an individual's desire and their experiences, such that they're able to satisfy. So, like, one of the biggest points that Hegel makes is essentially that the contents of a first order desire is essentially incomplete, usually inadequately formulated, such that when you relate it to an other, it meets its immediate negation, and then upon reconciliation between these two opposites, then you can start to propose new and better contents of the desire, such that the normativity itself is going to produce what you actually an understanding of the self. So this is all a process of essentially coming to understand your essential nature, right? So
Okay, is that your view?
that would be Hegel's view. Like the
Well,
all there is the
do you agree
self.
with that view?
What? Sorry. Yeah, that I would
Do you
agree with.
agree with that? Okay, well, I think the easy response should just be we could say, like, presumably we do look out in the world and there is a phenomenology of value, but that phenomenology of value is going to be caused by our mental states. And why our mental states can report what is or isn't valuable. It's not like any of that is preventing you from having the motivation to act based off of those psychological facts, right? Like the whole thing about being prompted to act is that, like, if your desires aren't opaque, like if desires aren't opaque to their
I feel
bearers,
like you're arguing with us about
presumably you
something.
would have in like some sense some epistemic access as to why those properties are desirable. This is a direct response to you. So those properties would be translucent to you, and you would understand those properties are desirable. And so, like, given that condition, we can just take like a conditional and say, like, if I find X desirable, then I'll be prompted to act on Y. That seems perfectly fine to just take a conditional statement like that and use it against like your view. I don't see, because like your view is basically going to be saying like there's not going to be like epistemic access as to how we can have like a precondition for agency. It has to do with like an analytical thesis on agency or some like conceptual analysis of agency. But nothing within like this account of projectivism that I've given you excludes you from accounting for why people are motivated to act on what they find desirable. Like those things are either going to be cashed out in like counterfactual statements or like other conditional statements. So what's your response to that?
Anyone else know what the fuck that he's talking about?
Can you repeat everything I just said and demonstrate you have a clear
Repeat
understanding?
everything you just said, mate. I would be looking if I could repeat a sentence. Okay, look, it's been
What's the
fun.
issue, mate?
What's the issue is you're fucking mad.
Mate, you claim to have a PhD in philosophy.
Goodbye. Fuck me. Like I never ban people, right? But he just got fucking straight up banned. Like I don't even what even just happened there? Like oh god, I was like I feel like I was like AI plugged into like Chat GPT, just spewing absolute bollocks. Like he's quoting points in Hegel that are absolutely not relevant to the unified relationship of time. It explains time in one respect, but not in its totality, such that it is both being and becoming simultaneously. Like, I would care for a more pleasant convo. Bloody hell. Like, it is in the sense, like, from our temporal relationship with self, but that's not actually the truth of the self. Like, that's... Oh god, that was awful. Oh my lord. Oh, I have no idea who he is. His name was Rev. I banned him though, so he's not on my server. My guess is he's on Ask Yourself server. That sounds like Ask Yourself's kind of bollocks. That wasn't interesting. That was autism. That was straight up autism. That wasn't even autism. That was a mixture of like autism and narcissism. That's why I'm saying Ask Yourself server. That feels like Ask Yourself server. Like even just the approach of like, just like where's your argument against it? Where's your argument? You're not got an argument against it. Ha ha! I won. Ha ha! It's like yeah, really great conversation, man. Yeah. Fucking hell. It's next time I'm gonna just like when I'm talking like a professor, I'm just gonna talk faster than them in a way that and then I'll be like ha ha, and when they look at us I'll be like, well, I'm sorry you lost. Just it's just the way it is. It's the way it is. Where did you send the video? Oh dear lord, that was awful. No, I don't think most philosophers are anywhere near that hostile, Aaron, actually. Like that is online philosophy. That is, I've read a philosophy book, assumed I understand it, you don't understand it, but I've never went to a philosophy lecture. I've never really engaged in academic philosophy and the virtues of philosophy. so stuck up about what it meant in a plainly anti-intellectual way. Yeah, maybe like Reddit philosophy. Yeah, like Reddit philosophy. That's like, that's not philosophy, man. Like if in philosophy I go, excuse me, what did you mean? And then you go, oh yeah, sorry, I'll try and explain. You don't go like, what? You don't understand? I thought you said that you were a PhD, which by the way, I didn't. I said I was a doctoral student, PhD candidate. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, you just don't do that. You just don't do that. It's just bad faith. Do you sometimes regret the decision to get into philosophy, like after this discussion? Honestly, this doesn't bother me about, like, in some respects, no, because you just be leaving philosophy to people like this, right? Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. I'll give you a game. Cocaine is a very bad drug, people. Like, I feel like that was like ADHD, like autism, and like narcissism, to be honest. I never see this, Aaron, like, at least like in like, so like if I was to engage in like with an actual like philosopher, like actual philosophers, not like I'm on the internet and I'm really insecure. They don't go on like that. No. I'm game to have you call in, Epic. I'm just waiting to see, because I said I would review like a 10-minute video that that plant abuser said before that guy called in. Oh, message request. Did you? Oh, I've got it. I thought you'd drop it in the server, man. Okay, so I'll check out the first one because it's 10 minutes long. Oh, that was unbearable. Still not even sure what he was trying to argue. Like, I felt like like he wanted to argue about something, but I'm not sure what he wanted to argue about. And I'm still not even sure what he wanted to argue about. And then he starts talking about time from the Hegelian perspective, and I'm disagreeing because I'm like, well, like, no, I think it ultimately bottoms out at being, not a state of being and becoming. Like, becoming is permanently resolved in itself such that it is immediately being itself, because it's the unity of the immediate and the mediation at the end of history. But like, like, I don't know, man. Like I'm still, I don't even know what he wanted to argue about, and like, he's just yelling, and he's so mad, and he's so like, I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that guy. Like, I actually don't know what's wrong with that man. Hey, I'm a casual viewer. I didn't know you were Catholic. Talk about why you're Catholic, please. I'm a former Catholic. Used to be an altar boy. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic for a few reasons. I believe in Christ. And I believe in the unity of the Trinity. I would argue for the Philosopher. Relating because I would accept the conclusions of, let's say, the principle of sufficient reason, and Hegel's ontological, we could call it Hegel's ontological argument, but Hegel's account of ontology and teleology. I think that, likewise, that requires the universality of the church for religion to be made tenable and made philosophical, such that it can be truly understood. And so you basically necessarily arrive at the Catholic position. Cantbot, it was you. You're like, that guy. You're talking about yourself in the third person, you freak. Like, think about this for a second. You came back to the chat and talked about and spoke about yourself in the third person to go, that guy destroyed PP. For fuck's sake. Oh my god. Get therapy. Man. Oh. Seek help. Oh, that's oh fucking hell. Okay.
Dialpad AI is.
Ooh. Oh. Okay. Found you just so you know that you have at least one viewer in Twitch. Yeah, man. Like, please, people, go check out me Twitch. I need all the help I can get on Twitch as well. Can you decode what the original question was? I didn't get it. I don't know. I'm not sure what. I would have to probably go back and decode. and which is me. Right. Okay. So this was being sent in by Plant Abuser. We're going to give this a go.
And will ever ask themselves is, what do I do with my life? And before we can even ask that question truthfully, we must first become men. But
okay, we're going for the the AI voice. Okay, we're going for the AI voice. He's going to teach us how to be a man. Are you guys ready? I'm ready to learn how to be a man. But I'm just a real boy. I'm not a real boy.
the heart. What is a man? Is it the cigar-smoking, womanizing lone wolf who doesn't take no for an answer? Is it the soft man who turns the other cheek? Is it doing one habit over another? Is it physicality? Is it violence? Is it power? I say, find out for yourself what it means to you. Only you can walk that path, and all
I love the crackling fire as well.
facts or statements on what a man is really an opinion. Compared to previous times in history, where what made a man was more well-defined, we live in a world that doesn't really care for rugged individualism. We pretend we do, but all these definitions and labels we give ourselves to feel more unique are really just boxes we put ourselves into to cover the void.
To be fair, there is actually, I mean, to be fair, I think that you do actually need like an essence, an explanation, an identity for you to latch onto and understand yourself. The alternative is a kind of existentialism, right? Like a kind of Sartrean existentialism, and like you just affirm your existence against the conceptual foundation from which your actions are interpreted, even internally. So like you would basically be without self-meaning, so you can't be free. You know, you can't self-actualize yourself in a way that's just unintelligible to yourself. You're not essentially the one driving your action. But he is right in some respects in saying that, you know, the proliferation of identities now, like we see like loads of different boxes that we'll put ourselves into, loads of different identities that have perpetuated in today's society, you know, especially the more and more genders or you know, subcultures and political stances and everything else has become essentially a commodity, a social commodity, to the point in which we're being sold different versions of who we can be. And that again is a kind of abstract, in a way it's an abstract universalism, right? Like where we're having to force ourselves into categories which we ourselves are not participating in the production of, and us instead adopting through a social market. And yeah, that is actually a point in which would limit our freedom. So there is something there. The hyper individualism isn't going to do it for you, but this is the product of hyper individualism.
Void where a true personality would be. We have left the days of the Wild West, the days of conquest and true innovation. There are no new lands to discover, no new ideas that really change the world.
When you
We are lambs in the slaughter of the modern world. Our minds, morals, our bodies are all under attack by parasites that wish to drain us of life and ambition. Everywhere we go, something or someone wants to take our energy. whether in the form of money, of time, or of emotion. So, you might be thinking, why be a man? What's the point? We don't even know what one really is anymore. But if I ever had a definition for what it is to be a man, I'd say it is the acceptance of life. Waking up every morning and despite all the reasons not to be honest, moral, or reasonable, one decides to do so anyways. Not because of reward.
I mean, that sounds reminiscent of Hegel in one respect, you know, like life affirming, you know, accepting your duty, accepting the situation you're in, to be absolutely free in the moment you're in, in one respect. But yeah, I mean I don't say that's what it means to be a man. I mean, maybe like self-affirming, right?
Reward, not because of praise. A man simply pushes forward towards a light from within, a light that can only be discovered by silence and.
I know you Rev can't bot, because like when you said, can I join? You then joined as Rev, and then you came back and said that guy destroyed PP, that he didn't understand entry-level jargon that guy was using. Well, that guy talks about himself in the third person and word vomits and is really insecure. Right, that guy is very, very insecure. And I think that guy wants to avoid online interactions until that guy gets some therapy. That's what I think that guy needs to do. Because it's not going to help you. You really need to get some help and become okay in yourself and just accept yourself in some respect. I don't know what you're coping with. I don't know. I'm assuming you are bullied in school or something, right? Like in relation to the undoubtable amounts of autism you have, right? I get it, right? I understand. You faced a lot of social rejection. You're trying to cope with that social rejection right now. It's not cope. This isn't helping. You're making it worse. Take some time for yourself. Internalize the lessons of finding yourself and just go better your life, right? Meet people, have good times, have conversations, try to be as empathetic as possible, and you'll probably find that all of this that you've become too internalized in your struggles and you need to get out of yourself a little bit. And you'll probably find that you'll be able to, like, you know, have a good life. And I genuinely hope that happens for you, man. And, you know, therapy might genuinely be the way for that. Yeah.
Contemplation, a light that can only be realized when you are surrounded by darkness. We cannot truly know ourselves until we are pushed up against a wall with no chance of escape, where the only option is confrontation with the self, where all the lies we tell ourselves lose effect, and nothing but the reality of what we are remains. It is through hardship, but also through love and joy that we forge our light, so that it may grow into a fire that burns within us in every waking moment. Reducing life to its bare nature is a form of alchemy itself. We transmute the coal we are given, and we attempt to make diamonds. A diamond's beauty and value is not because it is common.
Some nice poetry. I don't know about the philosophy behind it, but some nice poetry.
But because it is rare. Many people...
It is some nice fireplace ASMR, isn't it?
People pretend to have changed, to be reformed. But true change and catharsis is the rarest gem of all. It takes grit, and it takes soul to withstand the waves of life and remain optimistic and moral. It is so easy to slip into darkness and to never return. But it is within darkness, within sin and suffering, that we begin to crave the light. We begin to seek purpose and strength. We begin to develop humility and understanding. Some, however, will succumb to the darkness and never return. We see many people like this today. They are ruled by their shadow, ruled by anger and false justifications. They see oppression everywhere, they feel subjugated, they feel angry. But they have not learned one of the great lessons of life. That life is hard, and it is hard for everyone. No amount of money or luxury can save you from biology, from the elements, or from oneself. They fall into the illusion of happiness and safety being out there somewhere, never seeing they are the masters of their destiny and emotions. So I will ask you, what do you fight for? Illusion or truth? Truth is the essence of God. Deceit and lies are the agents of misfortune. Just as much as cold is the absence of heat, evil alone is simply the absence of God and thus truth. But how do we know truth? This is the hardest part. We all have the innocence of the child within, and because of this, we fall for the lies we are told and buy into dysfunctional behaviors and thoughts. Most people do what they do, not because of evil, but because of innocence. The desire to be protected, to be recognized, and to be safe in some form or another can bring about the horrors of man. It seems the only way to discern truth from falsehood is to pay attention to the effect of our actions, as well as the actions of others throughout history. Actions and thoughts that bring harm to oneself and/or others cannot be truth. The fire within man is both the agent for change and the harbinger of destruction. So what is fueling your fire? A desire for power, or the desire for force? Power and force are two different things. It would serve you well to meditate on the meaning. A man wields power, a coward wields force. When nobody is looking, what do? When you have a chance to be petty or violent towards those weaker than you, do you take it? Do you wish to dominate others? Or do you wish to bring out the potential in yourself and those around you? These are the decisions that decide which path we are pursuing. Power or force. All great men wield power. A power of character that is unmistakable when in the presence of. A person whose fingers are grazing the infinite, and a mind that flows with the rivers of time. Modern movies and music would convince you that a man is someone who hates and dominates, who seeks wealth of material above all else. Have you ever asked why? The war of our time is not one of nations or races, but of the spirit and the direction of human consciousness. It's not hard to see that some actions and feelings are higher and stronger than others. Joy is stronger than grief, and even anger is higher than shame. With an increase in the state of consciousness, we see that certain behaviors and feelings are more in line with truth, in line with progress, and in line with God. We live in a world that's consciousness is living in anger, envy, and guilt, and we can see the results of such levels of consciousness. This is why your attention is always needed, your outrage and opinion. Why sexuality is dangled in your face, violence and desire, choices and endless choices that don't really matter. Because if you are always wanting, always competing, and always pointing the finger elsewhere, you can never look within. How many of us are living in hell right now, residing in fear and hatred, wants that cannot be and desires that torture our minds? This kind of mindset is beneficial to our controllers, to be distracted with the illusion of political parties and race and gender. The hidden hand wishes for our complete enslavement to the material world and its traps. Love is the only way out. Love is not just platonic. Love is attention and focus. And many people do not realize how much love there really is. With the right mind, we can see love in many things. If our minds and hearts are open, we can see that a box made with love gives off an unmistakable energy, whereas something made robotically will lack this. All
There's a sick irony to that, isn't there?
things give forth an intense aliveness, but those made and cared for with love give off an unmistakable aura. We have all felt the love of a pet, the kind words of a stranger, or the caring touch of another. It is in those moments we feel at peace and feel the force that is love, that is God. It is never separate from you. It is always within. These words are not meant, however, to deflect from our current reality. We must learn to defend ourselves in idea and in body. We must try and protect those that cannot protect themselves. Because in the end, you may abandon your body, but you must not abandon your honor. These concepts are abstract, of course, but when felt they are more real and transcendent than reality itself. If we do not stick to our word and honor ourselves and our convictions, we are nothing but beasts. If we do not protect those weaker or show mercy, how can we truly be strong? We live in a time where we are pushed to think like animals but expected to act as humans. I say accept you are both, but live for the latter. Shame and guilt are tools of the ego. Even when you blame and put yourself down, you are really juicing your ego and the illusion it provides. They did this, they did that, I am right, and they are wrong. All of this gives us a kick of sorts. Part of the process of becoming a man is to stop feeling bad for yourself. Look for the lesson and stop blaming others as though it will change anything. It is childish and self-defeating. Even if every desire you ever had was satisfied, every wish granted, you would still be left wanting. True satisfaction is not possible in this world. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, accept the role you have here and do your best.
Man, this is actually kind of based. I'm not gonna lie. Like the thing is, right? This is actually not too bad. Like this. I want this AI to be my dad.
We stop and take time to look at a tree. Look into the sky and feel the sun. How much do we stop all distractions and just be with the moment we are in? These things are the genius of a child and those who are among the dying. Acceptance of the present and the acknowledgement of the eternal moment. So I dare you to find out what you are through trial and error, joy and pain. Be fluid, be open of heart and mind. Protect what cannot protect itself and be a servant of truth. All it takes is intention and small steps every day. You don't need to change the world or leave a legacy. You don't need to be rich or be feared by others. You don't need to be big or strong. You only need the fire. One that will push through all darkness and one that warms the hearts of those around you. Like a moth to a flame, purpose will find you. Happiness, joy, and love are all within you. They do not need to be found. So don't worry so much. Dream up a good life and enjoy the process. It may seem hard, but I know you can do it.
You know what? That was actually very good, Plant Abuser. I enjoyed that. I'm not gonna lie. There's some of it where I'm like, at the start I was like, I don't know, maybe it depends on what he's saying here. But then when he started getting into like, God and truth and that, and embracing duty, nah, man, I'm sold 100%. Thanks, Dad. Looks like my job's been automated. No. Was the debate that bad? It wasn't a debate, Donald. I still don't even know what was going on, to be honest. I don't even know. That was nice. That was actually nice. Yeah, it was a kind of therapy after that. Okay, that was good. I like that. Thanks very much, Plant Abuser. I enjoyed that. It felt like a sermon, almost, you know what I mean? Or like a speech. Like a a good speech. And there's nothing that I love more, right, than a solid speech, like Aragon's speech at the Black Gate or something, man. The other video was about the 7 deadly sins and talks Qbot about veganism, makes a comment about it. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll check that out after I've spoken to Epic. Okay. Hello, Epic. How you doing, man? The voice from Fallout New Vegas. Oh, right. That's
Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Just kind of chilling. I don't know. I start school next week, so kind of just enjoying the end of break while it lasts.
Understandably.
I'm taking a philosophy of science class, which I think will be very fun.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good.
Excited to debate all the naive empiricists and the physicalists that will probably be there.
Absolutely. It cannot be any other way.
No, it's inevitable. Like I have lots of friends who are in science, and I always argue with them when it comes to these kinds of things. I mean, like I have a friend who's a mathematician, and he often views a lot of philosophies like, oh, you're inserting yourself into nature. You're making nature conditioned on the human mind when it's not conditioned like that. And it's like, well, I mean, it actually kind of is conditioned like that.
It's like,
At least, at least in the sense that it is like a meaningful experience, right?
well, you've got to. I
Um,
was gonna say, like, there has to be a point in which you go, like, okay, like, you can't remove your subjectivity from nature.
yeah. Yeah, that I think I tell him, but also like I mean, literally, I was talking to him yesterday, and he brought up I don't know if you've heard of it, Newton's flaming laser sword.
I have
It's
not heard
such
of that. No.
oh, it's so stupid. It's like oh, things which can't be empirically verified aren't worth discussing, and I'm like, well, I suppose we shouldn't be discussing Newton's flaming laser sword then.
Yeah, and I like that. You know what I hate is like, how did you It's always the same thing. It's like the verification principle. It's like self-defeating principles like that, where it's just like, where did I get the empirical verification for this principle?
Yeah, no,
And
it just pops out, and it's so weird because they'll be like skeptical of philosophers and how speculative they are, and then they'll just posit stuff like that and be like, it works. And I'm like,
oh no,
come on,
it works.
come on.
It's like,
And
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
But one thing I wanted to say, just because I was here for most of that first debate,
Oh, yes.
there was a point that kind of got me like bruh, and I would say that what that was, you and him were debating what Hegel said. And if I'm honest, like we might actually just maybe we have different takes here, but I think it's mostly useless to argue like, oh well, what was the original authorial intent behind the writing of this work? Like, in my opinion, and this is what I would say, and this is honestly me. Yeah, I would say we don't have Hegel's philosophy. We have our philosophy of Hegel, the modern time understanding interpretation of it. And you can, learn about the past and try to get as close as you can. But at the end of the day, it's going to be proximal. But I really don't think that being proximal matters. And I felt like there was so much especially with him trying to argue, no, you don't understand Hegel. And it's like, well, what if you guys just interpreted it differently?
But like, I think there is a use in terms of like trying to mediate an interpretation and translation if you're sincere. And you go like, well, how would you account for this? How would you account for that? What about this? What about that? And you're having a sincere discussion and debate or whatever. But it wasn't like that, man. It was just like, a guy came and just word vomited as soon as he joined the
and it was just
and then every time I asked for clarity, it was met with like a scoff and
you don't understand Hegel's
you just don't understand it. I thought you said you were a PhD, and it's like, well, no, I didn't, but like also like regardless, you've just said it like so fast. I even said like, I'm not an analytic, so I'm not. He's like, okay, I'll put it in Hegel, and then like he's talking like it's like, man, like we're not singing like Eminem Rap God or something, like it's just like bring it down, man. Like the beats per minute here are too high. I don't know what's going on.
Really, this argument over like, oh, do you actually understand it? And then simultaneously like having this weird fixation on the terminology was, I think it was like a Phaedrus moment, right? Where like we're thinking about the understanding based off of how many speeches you know, like how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the latter half of the Phaedrus, where they're arguing about whether or not you actually understand something and the difference between knowing that as like words, right? Knowing that as the text, what he says, what the specifics, speech is, argument is, versus actually understanding it. Because I got the impression that a lot of what he was saying was really regurgitory at a certain level, because I think you could tell, like when you ask him to specify, like he just sort of refers to, Hegel's logic, and then he just starts spouting super highly technical specific language, right, in this rapid pace, as if no.
Well, I think that's it. Like in the sense, like for like one of the main things that I was even wanting from that is just to go like, look, okay, fair enough. We can have a disagreement here, but one, I'm not even sure what we're disagreeing on. It feels like you just want to say, I don't know anything. Right? Where I'm like, I keep asking to go, well, what are we even talking about? What are we disagreeing on? And then he's saying, and then he'll go back to the specific point, and I'm like, right. And then when we do get into like the phenomenology, what I think was like very telling in this, in terms of what you just said, was that he would relate it to, like, so we're talking about time and our relationship to time. Now, in terms of Hegel, like, it's fair to say that there is sort of two relations to time. but there's like two relations. There's more than two relations to time, and there's more than two relations to yourself, right? But like there is only one true relation in terms of self-relation. So if like we're talking about like time, or we're talking about like being, and so on, like the way he was engaging with it was in such a way as to relate it to the start of the phenomenology of spirit. But if I was talking about the end of the phenomenology of spirit, and then he goes to contradict me in relation to the end of the phenomenology of spirit, and he'll relate it back to paragraphs on essentially essentially not even a third of the way through the book. And it's like, well, look, Hegel writes, and for anyone who doesn't read Hegel writes dialectically, such that the proof, this is actually all proving an end point, which he's establishing a conclusion, and is being mediated through these sort of extremes that he's going through. So he's actually sublating as he's going. So each section it's very deliberately structured. You can't say like, oh, but he says this here and he says that there. That they're not the same thing. So if I say like God here, and you relate that to his rejection of the Stoics, you can't just go, oh, well, he said this in relation to the rejection of the Stoics. It's like, yeah, I don't think God's a Stoic. Like, I don't know. You know, like it's like I'm talking about like God here, not a Stoic. And it's stuff like that where it was telling more than anything.
So it was a fixation on the parts rather than the unity of the whole.
You could say that. You could.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I didn't manage to do it. Oh, well, I'm dead. But yeah, like, I don't know. It was just a mess. It was just a big mess. And I think what annoyed me more than anything about this whole thing was just the fact that, like, I was open to a discussion. I'm happy to have a discussion. Let's have a discussion. And every time I tried, it's just not getting anywhere. And it's just like, what are you trying to prove here? Are you actually trying to like prove me wrong on something? In which case, you know, you coax something out of us and you go, well, that position is clearly untenable. This is why. Right? Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I didn't get that far. Like, it was almost like trying to disprove me. Right? And it's just like, man, this is like, I'm not here to flex, right? Like I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, why, who would you have to be, right, to need the approval of people in just from spouting basic philosophical terms, right? Like in talking in philosophical jargon rapidly on the internet as a way of asserting yourself or your ego over others. Like, that's not a good sign. Like, that reminds me of my relations with pretty much everyone in Ask Yourself server. And that's how they go on, right? Where it's like you guys don't need philosophy. Well, you do, but you need therapy, right? Like,
no, it's funny too, because especially with this is what I've noticed. A lot of like the Ask Yourself crowd, they have this obsession with like the formalized symbolic mode of representation for arguments. And they're like incapable. A lot of times they're like incapable of engaging with words. And I think like a lot of their, obsession with it is like, oh, it's a STEM aesthetic. It's a science, math aesthetic that they go for that I think for them makes them feel legitimized in their positions. And it's so ironic because I'm telling you, like, I have a proofs book that I was working through, and almost none of it is in symbolic form. The author, and literally, like, you will see this consistently with like the sort of like mathematical logic people, where they'll just say like, look, like, it's about clarity, and sometimes the symbols are not the most clear. Right?
100%.
It's better to just use words. Right? It can be, right?
I have an analytic philosophy friend who really big into logic, and he's like he made a whole video on when is formal argumentation useful, like, and like it's just not useful sometimes. Sometimes it's actually making it more obscure, and you have to accept that. There's a reason why if you look at analytic philosophy, it's like professionally done. They don't write like that. You pick up analytic philosophy, and they're not writing constantly in syllogisms. They're not writing constantly in formal proofs. What they're doing is they're writing natural language arguments, and then they might use a syllogism not even usually with like essentially the formal logical proofs next to it explaining what's going on, because normally it's implicit, you kind of understand what's going on, but they'll just write the syllogism, say this is what I'm using, and then they'll like, and this is what I'm saying, but they'll have probably gave the argument either before it or after, right? Like a great example is like I think it's a book. What is it? I want to say it's the is it Moral Realism? What is it? It's trying to remember the. I'll have to remember the title of the book. It's in me head, like it's like blue and white, and I can't forget the. It's like Moral Realism, and it's something. I'll have to find it. But it was one of the few analytic philosophy books that I've actually like bothered to read on moral realism. And it used syllogistic arguments, but then explained what it was talking about in natural language. And it didn't even use any like pure logic, like, you know, and it's just like, man, this isn't even how analytic philosophy is done. So this is like Reddit online philosophy. Even on top of that, like I think so much of philosophy, like I'm gonna be honest, like I personally think a lot of like the formal arguments for God are to me, they feel like a waste of time. And the reason I say that is because logic, I don't think captures like ontology very well, right? Well, it's deliberately abstract, isn't it? That's the thing.
And to me, like so much of your position, for one, right? Like this is another thing. I think a lot of people, especially the ask yourself type crowd, right? Like it's like, oh, we get all our objectivity from logic. It's logic, right? But like logic, in the way that they are approaching it, is just the formal language, right? Yeah. Like the validity of logic comes
rather
from that
than
sort
the
of
real logic, like
And so I sometimes it's like, well, why don't I just use this paraconsistent logic or this meta logic that allows me to like support my position? I mean, there's not actually anything technically wrong with that, right? At the end of the day, a lot of logicians, you know, if they don't want to be philosophically loaded, they'll say, oh, this is my convention. Now we can argue like that. I don't know how I feel about that. I think
that's essentially what they always do, though. It's like essentially they presuppose a structure that leads them to be right. Like that's
and it's a disrespect like, okay, that it's so it's kind of just funny because it's like, well, so like it really does seem like a decent part of metaphysics. Like I would say one of the goals of like any metaphysics is to ground logic, right? Is to like show that logic is reliable. Now, obviously, you could say, well, I'm showing that logic is reliable through logic. Yeah, okay, whatever. But like, at least you're giving an account for it. You're providing a closure for it, right? So that you're not just, because again, if you are just kind of not ignoring it, if you're just ignoring logic and just letting it go in, then yeah, you're kind of, you know,
it's providing the contents for the symbols, right? Like it's providing the purpose of logic more than anything, right? It's like, what are we what are we doing this for? And I think that's it's like,
it's the same with infinities, because what I've found is that like a lot of the properties of infinities and like set theory is like specifically designed. Like there's certain axioms that are specifically there so that mathematicians can do stuff that they want to do with the math, right? But like you can't like people will go on sometimes too, and like I've seen this before in certain debates where they're just going to be like, oh, how you're actually disagreeing with the mathematician, and they're like, okay, well, I'm talking about number one, a different kind of infinity, and number two, who says that that's how infinity behaves? And they're like, and you know, they'll just cite, it's like they're citing the it's just an argument from authority, right? But it's like but the idea is that like, oh, the mathematician's like the authority on this, when the mathematician's producing all of this for a very practical, honed in specific purpose. They just don't want certain types of paradoxes occurring, right? And they want to be able to do math on stuff. So like, it's not really, especially like with principle of sufficient reason stuff, like people like especially like with countable infinities regarding the principle of sufficient reason, or with the arguments that relate to like the infinite hotel, like stuff like that. Like I've seen people argue like, oh, this is actually not what the mathematicians say though, so it's wrong. And it's like, well, right now we're literally talking about like properties of like, it's something, at that meta level.
You know, the thing is that what I don't like about this is that like when I think about like philosophy, when I think about mathematics in this respect in general, I think about in the Hegelian sense of it being essentially the science of quantity, but in such a way that the science of quantity also presupposes a qualitative relation from which it can be expressed about, right? Like if that doesn't exist, then quantity doesn't exist because there's nothing to exist. So, like 100%, like quantity implies quality and vice versa, right? And they can kind of flow into each other such that they are essentially in the way that they're expressed. So it's only in like, one of the things is that when you get to the point of like pure abstraction, and you can do whatever you want, it's like, well, yeah, sure you can, because you're just proposing, like you're just presuming a world that works the way you'd like it to. And it's just like, come on, man, like it's like, yeah, sure, but that's like in the same way, if you appealing to authority with the mathematician, it's like, are we in the math, like the mathematician's probably not even having the same conversation as I am. They're like, they're not interested in the same, like they're doing maths, I'm not doing maths, and that's probably the difference, right? Fair enough. Yeah, they're doing maths, good for them. Yeah. I really appreciate maths. Thank you for doing maths. You're a service to society. You know what I mean? Like, likewise, let me get on with my job now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in the sense that, like, yes, obviously, our fields interrelate. Like, but they interrelate only when we're actually talking about something that reflects the unity between maths and philosophy, such that we're actually talking about something real that we're trying to explain. In the way that Aristotle would say, like, it is for the with regards to the circular wound, it is for the physician to know that it closes the slowest and the geometer to know why. And yeah, that's that. But really, the unity there is the circular wound. That's the reality here that we're sort of unifying on. There is an actual reality like that. There is something that we actually agree first and foremost exists. And until we actually have that common mediation, that common, the common domain to actually talk about, like, it's like, man, we're not even talking about this. We're speaking different languages, right? In the Wittgensteinian sense, and it is frustrating with that guy that so Ask Yourselves crew and that guy. I think it's more sinister than that. I think that they have emotional issues, right? Like, I think, like, I'm sorry to say it, like, it's not like we're talking different languages. It's like, you need therapy, right? Like, it's not, it's like when there's no common human decency there.
It's easier to understand the reasoning through a pathological lens, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it's the fact that the reasoning can only be ascribed through a pathological lens, to the point in which, like, I mean, my engagements with, like, Ask Yourself have been, like, so unbelievably, like every time I've engaged with him, he's, like, his behaviors can't be explained in relation to a principle of charity or sincerity to the topic even. It's very much about winning and taking control and holding power.
It's an aristocratic pretentiousness where the ego is like, I shouldn't even say aristocratic. It's just like, it's like kind of elitist pretentiousness. I would say that I can sense.
Certainly pretentiousness. I mean, like, elitism in the sense that, like, they Ask Yourself and Avi literally said to an Emirates professor in philosophy, why don't you join the Discord and argue with the big boys on Twitter?
Oh my god!
And so, like, when you're dealing with people like that, you're like, This guy's been doing philosophy for 30 years.
If you're bringing up Avi, I was literally in a Discord. I was in a VC with him for a short period of time where he debated this theist guy, and all of it. The theist guy he was debating was not the best. Mm-hmm. But I remember Avi said that idealism was an irrational position, and I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Avi's the best of a bad bunch, I think. Like, I can talk to Avi and have a good conversation. Like, he can actually be sound. And so I normally don't even lump him in with Ask Yourself. Like, in the sense, but, like, at the same time, he sort of follows the sort of, there's like a server dogma, man. I don't know if you've noticed that. Like, there is a real server dogma. So, like, whatever he's spewing is usually the kind of conclusion they've met and then force with, like, lethality on that server. It's like, you disagree, you get banned. I am the smartest. Big brain winneth again. Like, in the same sense that, like, with the guy that I was just speaking to, it's like what they're looking for. Like, if you can kind of see this is true. If I was to start saying, like, stuff that would stroke that ego and go, oh yeah, I can see, you're absolutely right. So you mean this? They'll agree with you. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say, really. It's like they might disagree to some point, but they're ultimately going to agree with you because they feel that they're being validated in their position, and that's all they're really looking for. And it's just like, man, you need, your mom didn't hug you enough or something. I don't know what it is.
I actually, like, I want to. So there's two. I will tell you, there's two main things. There's two main things I wanted to talk to you about, and I actually think this relates to the second. But I think we'll do. I want to bring up the second later because I think it's the less what I would say I'm interested in more, and what I think chat will enjoy more. So one of the main reasons I wanted to talk today is because I don't know if it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I can't remember. But I had asked you what your opinion on gender abolitionism was, and he was like, "Oh, that's ridiculous."
Yeah, I don't agree with gender abolitionism.
And so, to me, like, I'll tell you, I wouldn't consider myself a gender abolitionist, but I don't see it as like, I don't know, I wouldn't see it as like bad. It's just like, so I was curious, because it was, I suppose it was surprising. But
well, I see it as bad because I think I think like in an empirical sense, like we know that most people psychologically feel comfortable in the sort of dyadic relationship between two genders, right? Like the kind of like that most people are like aren't feeling a gender dysphoria.
I would agree, but I'm inclined to think that might be more a product of history than anything. But what I wanted to say is, I think it might be best. I think it might be easier to like really get into the nuts and bolts the easiest this way.
So like,
I'm sort of thinking, if I pose, like, how about this? I will give you my position, my opinion, I would say, on gender abolitionism, but in doing so, I will extrapolate how I view gender. And then I think from there, you can sort of dig at it, say, hey, I disagree in this sense, and this is why, and this is how I view it. I think that might be the easiest way to go about it.
Yeah, okay.
So here's how I would say, right? Like, I think that when we're thinking about gender, right, like specifically accepting that sex, gender, just like sort of distinction, right? Gender is the socially recognized, and it's the socially recognized, it's like a social category, right? I think that honestly, like, personality maybe is even a somewhat fair comparison, but of course gender also has aesthetics and norms involved, right? So like literally how you look, there's like expectations involved with gender, and there's also like, but to be fair, I think you could say that's the same with personality, where there's an idea, right? Now, if we were to take a social category, a social term, right, like extroversion, right, to say I am an extroverted person, well, I don't really see that as harmful really at all, right? It's a way of understanding ourselves, describing ourselves, comparing ourselves on a sort of like in a sort of logical way, right? Like as people in a society, right? And I mean, it's mostly harmless, right? I think that you can get to these sort of like weird obsessive aspects of like personality, like those people who, it's funny, I have it in my profile. I met a bunch of close friends because there was a time where I was like not emotionally the best, and I went on the internet and they're like, oh, find yourself by figuring out what your personality type is, and it was all this like archetype based Jungian nonsense.
I know what you're
yeah. So I remember I got into that, and I think that like there's a disconnection when you sort of make yourself a theoretical construct where you disconnect your actual self and you disconnect others' perspectives of yourself, and you make yourself this like archetype, right? You mold yourself to something rather than basically being yourself, and then in being yourself trying to, I guess, analyze, describe yourself, whatever, right? It's like astrology, right? It's like you end up viewing yourself as a Scorpio because
it almost makes you a Scorpio.
Yes. Now, here's the thing. To me, and I'm not saying it's all bad, but I get the impression that gender kind of does the same thing, except I would say it's even more. It can be more hostile in the sense that not only does it place like norms on you, which aren't necessarily based off of like what I would conceive as like that mutual actualization of everybody, but it also isn't even like it includes things which are not physical, right? And yet it is also determined on a physical ground, right? Like you are giving the impression of a woman, you're recognized socially as a woman or as a man, right? And then in doing so, people will recognize that as a sort of like a psychological, you could say, personality type thing. And so all of this being said, to me, I think gender abolitionism looks at gender and is like, hey, there's this historical sort of hurdle we have, right? Where there's these undesirable outcomes that are occurring due to this like widely recognized concept, right? And so the gender abolitionist says, why don't we destroy the concept? Now, I don't think the concept's existence is the problem, right? I think the issue we're having is specifically is like how we're understanding gender and how we're using that to sort of structure our lives, right? Like I think the issue you'd identify with like sexism, right, is that we're not interpreting it in a way that is actually conducive to like mutual good, right? Like the well-being of everybody in society, right? But at the same time, to me, gender abolitionism, I see it as like a nuclear option where if it were theoretically successful, it would still achieve the end that it would achieve the end that you want, right? In eliminating that in eliminating that sort of negative consequence of gender. That is my opinion. That is my whole opinion.
If I can kind of reiterate that back. So essentially you believe that it's an essence, a proposed essence or normative structure which the individual lives through, and that living through it isn't necessarily the problem, but it can be the problem. And so the abolition of gender is essentially to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater or kill the patient for the disease, kill the patient to cure the disease. Yes, it cures the disease, but it also has some negative ramifications as well.
Yeah, and I think with the gender abolitionists, they're looking at gender as like, these disease issues are so hard to get rid of, right? They're so socially ingrained that like perhaps things would be better off if we just got rid of it altogether. Which to me, it's like, I'm like, how feasible is that really? But I don't see it as like, you see what I mean? Like I don't see that as like the most optimal, effective, efficient way, right? But I don't necessarily see it as harmful, and that's, I'd say, maybe the difference. I don't know if you see it as harmful, but
I see it as harmful because I do really think that it is going to perpetuate more harm than good, because I think it is just reactionary. It's a reactionary politic rather than one that's actually resolving the problems of gender. I mean, I would agree that gender is a social construct rather than merely sexual dimorphism, but it's built on sexual dimorphism in the sense that it is essentially sexual relation. So I just see gender as essentially the essentiality of sexual relation, if you will, right? It is a consideration of yourself in relation to others in order to sexually appease yourself, or sexually understand yourself in relation to your own appeasement. So you want something, you know that other people want something, you want to be the thing that they want. That's how you understand yourself. And because obviously of sexual dimorphism and the norms of society, that is being heteronormative and specifically in relation to male and female. And obviously that doesn't account for the fact that that will not fit on everyone. But I don't think that the solution is destroy gender. In the same way, I don't think destroying sexuality would resolve it. I think that we just need to explain and understand sexuality to a greater degree. And that's what I would think would be better. It's sort of like it is an essential structure of human life that will never that can never be truly eliminated. Because what it represents is like it will only be replaced with something else. Is what I'm really saying.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree there that it would pretty much just be replaced by something else. But so I guess what you're saying is that it's a like would you say that is it fair to say that your position is that your ideal of gender is one where gender is specifically relating to an understanding of yourself relative to the other,
yes,
in a sexual way, right? Like,
well, in a way that's sexual, in the sense that like it is like that, in the way that Lacan and Freud would think sexuality is kind of like the basis of all human relation, not sexual in just the crude I want to have sex kind of way.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the Yeah. Like, so it's sort of like the ends of desire itself is the way you could say it. And specifically the fact that desire is an interrelated mutual event or conflicting event such that it is sexual in foundation, that it is intersubjective, and that desire can't be taken in a kind of purely private way, because I don't think it can be. And so your subjectivity, like you could think of it as like the I, the essence of what you are, is always a social construct that is essentially the mediation of your desires, another person's desires, and then an internalized, and that's what we define as your subjectivity. Really, that's what's when you call yourself an I. That's what we mean.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that makes sense to me.
So in which case you can't get rid of it. It's always there. Like all you talk like and talking about destroying it, it's not helping. Like it's gonna be a reign of terror in like, but for gender. Like, you know, like you're not actually
I mean, maybe we just have a different idea of like how like what that would look like in its destruction, right? Like, oh, like what would that do to society? Like, I don't know. It's definitely something that's kind of ingrained, but I think, you know, at least coming from just my own subjective perspective too, like it does really feel like, at least as it stands, it is a very inefficient mechanism just in general of like,
I think in general, like all essence, sort of all proposed essences and identities are insufficient necessarily. But removing it, it's like, funnily enough, relating back to that horrible conversation that we had with that guy when he brought up Stoicism and the unhappy consciousness, although he, for whatever reason, brought it up and it didn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. It does actually have something to do with what we're talking about. In the same way that the Stoic would remove themselves in almost a pure asceticism from a Hegelian standpoint and removal from desires, such that they don't have to self-associate with the outcomes and the experience of positive or expression of their will. And sort of will themselves as a universality, which is absolutely self-contained, they lose themselves in that same way that if you try and remove gender but not have something to actually replace it with, it's a you know, you're a rebel without a cause. You're a revolutionary in the way that the French were a revolutionary. You don't know what social structure is going to replace it, and you're actually just going to enter a state of identity crisis. So now you're going to be starting to latch onto things in order to basically fill that void that gender was essentially maintaining. And I think like you can see this in gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria specifically can't be mediated by destroying gender, because the dysphoria is not having one, right? It is actually the not feeling.
This sort of discussion reminds me of like what I often view as like a fundamental like conflict or tension that often occurs when you have people arguing about like self-identification as a criteria for like being trans, right? The idea that like you don't need to be dysphoric, you can just look at yourself and view yourself as like trans. You don't have to necessarily be.
Oh, I do. I think you have to be dysphoric to be trans.
Yeah, I mean,
like I would argue, like I had this argument with like a psychology student, or like and they were saying like, no, you don't. But I was saying like, but in the DSM-5, it even says that you do.
Well, this would be, well, I mean, the idea here is right, is it would be social, not necessarily. I mean, if it's DSM is going to be gender dysphoria, right?
Yeah, but it's even like essentially like, could you be trans without gender dysphoria? And we're having this sort of conversation, and like I understand the DSM is going to be biased in that anyway, and it might even fully encapsulate it. But the point I'm really trying to draw is the fact that in order to want to change gender, you have to be sufficiently moved from this gender such that whatever you identify now is incapable of encapsulating your will to a greater degree, right? And the thing is, when you think about the struggle, right? If that's the case, then what we're talking about, like when we're talking about identifying with the opposite gender, right? Especially since like many of these characteristics that are associated with gender are basically immutable characteristics of your gender, or like very difficultly altered characteristics of your gender that you're going to really suffer to sort of. Now this is like, you know, you're going to have to go through like jaw surgery, you're going to have to go through like, you maybe have to get implants, you're going to have to do like this, that, and the other in order to actually be recognized and be able to recognize yourself.
Well, and this is
as-
this recognition thing here. I think I've always found, like, at the very least, like I don't necessarily have like a strong opinion either way. I do think I lean more towards your take that it wouldn't really make sense to say that you were trans purely on a self-identification level. But I think that also, if we were to grant just the self-identification level as like all it requires, then what happens is you're kind of in a situation where like you are like the idea of your gender, right? Like it is necessarily a public thing, right? Like at a certain point, right? Like the idea, like the language, the word gender, it has to, yes, it has to be public, right? And so if you are to yourself, right, like one gender, but like to society the other, and you are not recognized as that gender that you view yourself, right? If you are just deciding that your gender, you're destroying itself, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I think dysphoria really is the fact that you don't feel at home with the way in which you are being like essentially objectified or understood through, like the identity you're being understood through, right? And this is why that must suck. That must really suck. Like, I mean, I do to some degree. I mean, I've had like body dysmorphia, I guess, like in this respect, and I think it's similar. In some respects. Maybe not nowhere near as severe though. Often, unless you're like unless you have severe body dysmorphia. But yeah, like I think
I think there's like this is what I think happens a lot of times. I think the self-identification crowd is often similarly in the sort of gender abolitionist camp a lot of the times. But I think that not only does that kind of create a contradiction, but also like when you're looking at like what does it actually mean to be trans? Like what does it actually mean to identify with something, right? Like if you're taking this like if you're making gender a private phenomena, right, and not a public phenomena, then it sort of loses its reality.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any meaning. I don't think.
Exactly.
I would affirm the Wittgensteinian argument against private language. I don't think that you can't have a private language, so I don't even think it means anything to you at that point. Like, and I think that's what we see with a lot of gender self-affirmation. What they end up doing is saying like, I am this gender. How do you know it? Because I say I am, and it's like it just becomes tautological, and it's like the thing, the assertion is the same as the interpretation, so it ends up being like essentially meaningless. It's sad to say.
And I mean, I've met people who try to. I think probably, and I don't really think I necessarily would buy it or agree with it, but I think the most common response to this kind of critique is usually they'll try to argue that they're using language differently. that the language is it's sort of like, I know you've done takedowns of like emotivism, or you've debated with people who are emotivists, but I think it's almost like the opposite. It's like it's using the language in an opposite sense, where the way it's being used like logically does not match the intended meaning, right? It's like analogical reasoning, for instance, right? But even then, like I do think the public-private distinction is kind of like at a certain level kind of necessary. If the statement, this is what I just say like, if it is true or false that you are trans, it can't be private, right? Like if that statement, if the proposition I am trans can have a truth value,
or
right,
really,
it can't.
It'd be more like I am a man or a woman, right? Like that's the because like that's the and this is the thing, like it's like you can't just define it independent of others. Like it just doesn't.
It's like if it's private, you make your language redundant and your speech meaningless.
I'm very much a fan of the idea of co-authorship. I don't believe that we have any distinct identities away from others, such that our identities in a way where you talk about, let's say, truth and falsity, or in a way such that you could ask questions, propose propositions and so on. Like that requires at least intersubjectivity, and Alistair McIntyre provides a solid account for why.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree it's intersubjective. I think and this is my own personal take, and it's if anything, this is like less even a philosophical point, just me sort of basing it off of like what is my impression, like that I've gotten over like reflecting on myself, reflecting on like how others view me. I think at a certain level, there's a little bit of both. I think there are certain aspects of your being that only you have access to necessarily, right? Yeah, it's a public language, but like, for instance, how you feel. Yes, someone might be able to like tell how you feel, but there's a different sense that you understand how you feel versus how someone else feels, right?
I would say that's like, I think when we look at language is the essence, but the being's not private, but it's understood through the essence, which is public. And this is just the relation between the subject and the object, right? In many ways, like it is the like your identity is a combination of the two, such that if you are perfectly represented in the language, that which is private would be absolutely would be the same as that which is public in many ways.
Mhm.
Such that you could perfectly express yourself in language. People will go, "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," you know?
Yeah. Okay. I think this is good. I think this pretty much is everything I wanted to get out with the gender. So I suppose I'll move to my last thing I wanted to talk about. Then you can watch that vegan video.
Yeah.
There was something you said. You said it yesterday, but it was like a very like quick side comment. You were watching the debate between the Platonist and the Hegelian.
Yeah, Spirit Man versus Araval, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
that debate was so weird to me.
That was a very strange debate, I think, on both sides.
Yeah. I feel like the Hegelian guy was just like super passive and just kind of going along.
And he's also like, I think, very he was also very what's the word I'm looking for, like abstract and in that respect. And
and then on the other hand too, I felt like the Platonist guy, like I felt like he wasn't really even arguing for Platonism. That was the weirdest part. Like I could tell that there was some Platonism there. Like I could see how background structure was producing there, but I never really got the impression that he had made like a solid argument for like the legitimacy of Platonism.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it wasn't really.
He kept shifting to like the trans issues and the feminization of men.
Very strange. Yeah. Sorry, but what was the specific point? I just sort of took.
Yeah. So it was you had made a comment about asceticism being a means of alienating the self when taken to an extreme. Does this ring a bell?
Yeah, like self-alienation. Yeah.
Yes, like
in the same way as like actually the
yeah.
unhappy consciousness that we talked about before. That's essentially it.
Okay. See, I wanted to just ask you to like honestly explain a little bit of what you said more, and maybe I add some like side questions, because of everything you said, at least on a personal level, I think that was like the most relatable. I think in my life, when I consider like the most like drastic changes in my life, I had a period where I was like, that's exactly what I was doing, where I had this sort of like spiritual deconstruction crisis. And what happened is I found myself in these situations where like I felt a certain way, I wanted certain things, I had an impression of things which I didn't agree with, right? And so like example I give, and I give this to my friends whenever we talk about it, right? Like there would be like with pork, perfect example. So I grew up Muslim, right? And I had like a fundamentalist Muslim household. I became like atheist. I had that whole atheist phase. Then I became agnostic, but at least you're generally like post that Muslim sort of state, right?
Yeah.
What would happen is I would go to the store, right? And I'd see some candy I wanted, right?
Mhm.
And just instinctively I'd read the ingredients and see gelatin, right? Which is usually pork. And there would just be something in my like inside where I'm just like, God, this feels so wrong. This feels so wrong to eat pork.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But then
It
I
is,
would recognize
for different reasons.
Well,
Yes. Like,
yes, right. And so at those times, right, I would recognize that, and I would get extremely angry with myself, and I would force myself to act against what I felt, right? Because
Right.
I felt that my feeling was wrong, that it was nonsensical, that it was not in agreement with what I was recognizing as myself. Because I was recognizing myself as my mind, basically, my understanding. And so when my understanding and myself were in the mismatch, it was like a conflict moment. And I think that and so what I would do is I'd say, you know what, I'm going to order 3 bags of this candy, right?
Yeah,
I would like say like F you to like my sort of internal desire self, and I would force myself to do things I didn't really want to. And I swear I did this for like at least 1.5 years. And I think that there's nothing that has fundamentally changed in my personality more. I talked to my sister. She's a psychologist. She told me, she's like, that's not healthy. That's how you permanently alter. Like, that's how you permanently change your personality. That's how you permanently change like your.
It's like a form of neurosis. Yeah.
Yeah. And she basically was like, you need to stop doing that.
Yeah. Because like
Right?
essentially it's self-rejection. It is like permanent self-rejection, but it's like a form of neurosis. And that's really what I was sort of rallying against in the case of the the guy that's the sort of aestheticism the guy was promoting. It's like one thing if it is for a specific spiritual purpose in order to cleanse yourself of specific desires that you're maybe struggling to control or cope with or whatever, right? Like there's one sense, sort of like a spiritual cleansing process, but it comes to an end, right? Like it very importantly comes to an end, right?
Yeah.
Deprivation, but not deprivation without limit. And like the issue is that when you look at the flesh in this respect as negative and the expression of your will as negative, you alienate your own freedom from yourself, such that you become essentially, you see yourself as uncaused, as essentially unbound by these specific conditions of your expression of your freedom, which is true in one sense, but it is only formally true. Like the only way that you can actually act on that is to give it form, is to give it reality, and to actually do something, right? And that's I think that's the main sort of pushback, is that it's self-destructive. It's not only just self-destructive in like oh wait a minute, this is bad for you. The reason why it's bad for you is because it essentially negates any possibility of your happiness, because like it shows you in one respect that you are free, that you can make your decisions, that you can do these things, and that's what you're trying to prove to yourself. And in many ways, I imagine you succeeded. You've proven to yourself, actually, I can go against my own psychological inclinations. Yeah. But because you're not willing to endorse any psychological inclination, or like in relation to what is rational, what you actually rationally want and want to live with and actually enjoy life, you essentially negate the possibility of choosing for yourself. And you've alienated that to the negation of what you're rejecting. So what you're saying is that because I was raised Muslim, I must always reject everything that Muslims could ever endorse. And that's the rejection of your own freedom. You've given your soul away to Islam implicitly, because the thing that you are more Muslim than most Muslims, because you have what in the way that Hegel would say, you have an object most when you give it away. If you're giving your Muslim self away, right, and that means you've lost yourself and the possibilities of actually engaging with what you feel comfortable with, you're still a Muslim, right? And that's the truth of it.
Yeah. No, I and that's the thing, right? Like all of this being said, like what you're saying, at least on like an anecdotal like level, right? I do genuinely think, like when I say it's like fundamentally, permanently altered how I think I am, right? Like when I think about like what are things I do have trouble with, I do genuinely think at a certain level I have a hard time understanding what I want, right? And I think that if anything, right, even what I am intrinsically driven towards, there is a certain, to me, like I think at a certain level, probably less so consciously, there is like a sort of aesthetic striving for being parsimonious with nature, which in itself is not bad, right? But rather than looking at the world and saying, what do I want to do with it? I am looking at the world and saying, how do I sort of, and I'm speaking very abstractly, but like follow its flow? How do I place myself in a position such that I am, if you think about this economically, right? Like getting the best, I don't even want to say economically, because I don't view it as like a process which is specifically for myself, right? It's a back and forth, a give and take, right? But it's like, how do I align myself such that I am in the most parsimonious relationship to nature, right? And in the same way, I think this has driven a lot of my interest for philosophy, right? Because to me, it's like if we're looking at this as like a denial of the ends, right? It's like, well, how ought I to act? What ought I to do, right? And so in doing so, right, I intellectualize the goal, right? But in this respect, right, I view it as like, well, this is what I am. I am the understanding. I am the, yeah, I guess I do think that is like genuinely like, and that is not like how I was when I was a child. I think when I was younger, because it was really around like 18 when all this happened for me. I don't know. I think I just care. Like I felt more invested in directly like my being in the world, whereas like now I think it is more like I am more stoic. I think it's more, I'm sort of like watching, reflecting, on myself. And I think in terms of like counteracting it, right? There was something you had said about me like counter responding to Islam and in that way giving it what would you say? Giving away myself?
Yeah, giving away yourself, giving more authority over you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it was in this respect that I think probably when I started to sort of recognize that it's not a smart way of looking at it was when someone had told me, they said like, well, when you act that way, you're giving it power over you, right? You are making like, you're basically making Islam control your life, right? And you're so opposed to it that you still end up being controlled by your opposition, right? The opposition determines you, and therefore you are not actually living in line with like yourself.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And like, I mean, it's good to know that. I mean, it's good to recognize that. And I think that's the truth of all asceticism in general. Like, it's a kind of like when it's neurotic anyway. There's one thing about self-denial if it's for a purpose, like, but then it's mediated and it wouldn't be absolutely asceticism where it's like just purely like self-denial as a virtue. Well, self-denial is not a virtue in itself. Like, self-denial is a virtue when it's rational. And that's what you've got to learn. And I'm glad you've learned that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and it's I guess it's interesting because like, no, like I really do think that like at a certain level, I don't know, I already alienated myself to a certain point that I genuinely don't know if I'm ever going to get back.
Oh no, I think you can. I think that like,
you think so?
I don't think it's about getting back to where you were. I think it's about moving through towards a place of happiness and well-being that you can reach. But I think that's achievable for everyone. Now I've actually got to be right back, so I'm gonna quickly be right back. But it's actually been a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I'll probably go right now. I mean, we pretty much got everything, and then when you come back, you can watch the video. The vegan video.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, it's been fun.
Yeah.
All right.
It's been fun too. Thank you.
Chat to you later, mate. Right. Bye. Right. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I've got to quickly. I'm gonna be right back. It's 2 minutes, guys. Okay, I am back, and I have non-alcoholic beer. It's left this time. I'm just trying all the different kinds now. So this is I don't know if anyone's had Lef. Lef is actually like a really nice beer, right? I'm a big fan of Belgian beers. This is the non-alcoholic version, and it's all right. It is actually all right. I want to try non-alcoholic Guinness. I haven't tried that yet. I shouldn't be drinking that out of the bottle. That's like a cardinal sin of Belgian beers. Why am I drinking feminized beer? Because basically I'd consumed so much masculine beer, I was becoming the antithesis of the masculine and giving myself into like essentially misery and irrationality. So I need to feminize the beer in order to stay masculine, right? I'm preserving the masculinity this way. Like what? You would like look at it this way, Maximo, right? Like as the masculine, should I not want the feminine? Like, are you trying to turn me gay, Maximo? Drinking beer without... Oh, are you drinking... Are you drinking Mythos? Is it Mythos? That's the Greek beer? I shouldn't be drinking out of even like a bloody... Like, this has had water in it. That's gonna like ruin the head of me beer. Okay. That Plato guy yesterday was right. Fix, not Mythos. I've only had Mythos from like Greek beer, so that's it. That's it, Plant Abuser. Me and Laura really want to go to Greece. We're planning on like a Greek holiday at some point, because Greece just looks beautiful, man. So I'll definitely in the ascetic self-denial of alcohol, you have given yourself up to alcoholism anyway. Well, that's it. No, but that's the thing is, I've given myself to alcohol to the point in which I don't need it anymore. Oh, how did I do that? That's an absolute misery. Ah! I absolutely underestimated the carbonation of that Belgian beer. Just bubbled its way over my desk. You live in Greece. That must be nice. That must be bloody nice. Alienating myself from my true alcohol-loving self, absolutely. Okay, so what do you think, guys? What should we do now? Shall we review that next video? Oh. Yeah, Greece is one of the poorest countries in Europe. Well, it's not one of... It's one of the... It's facing a lot of economic hardship. But Greece also has really nice weather. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty poor now in Britain. Well, poor, relatively speaking, I guess, in Britain. And we have terrible weather. So, like, you know, from my perspective, I'd probably be wealthier in Greece. You can call in through Discord, Jonathan. 40 degrees in summer is a bit much, though, actually. I think a Greek winter would be nice. I like a British summer, man. I love British summer. Like a solid 25 degrees, and you're like, wow, this is This is really warm. This is so hot. Where's the Discord? It should be in the description, Jonathan. But yeah, I love a British summer. And when we get a heat wave, it's like 30 degrees, and we're like, wow, this is so hot. You know, and that's how I want it to be, where I'm like, whew, this is scorching today, and it's like 30 degrees. I went to the Canary Islands. I went to Gran Canaria, and that was very hot, man. That was like so hot. It was just like 40. It was like, I want to say it was like 44 degrees or something on the day we landed. It was just like, what the going on? Something like that. It was like it was 40 odd degrees, and I was just, I felt like I was melting. It was nice weather though in some respects. Like there was some, like as long as you were like away from the direct, like it's kind of like in Thailand. Like when I went to Thailand, Thailand's weather was way harder to deal with than the Canary Islands though, because of the humidity. Like I remember being in the sun and just stood in a queue, and I was like under direct sunlight, and it was like 30 something, like late 30 degrees, like 36 degrees, and it's just so humid. It's just so unbelievably humid, and I just felt myself like, I was like, Laura, I'm gonna have to sit down, like I'm gonna fall over. Usually it's between 20 and 30. Climate change is effing us up. I could believe it, man. Like this has been a relatively really, like until right this week, this has been a really mild winter, but it's like -2 now, and so like things have gotten like a lot colder. But like until this point, it was like the warmest Christmas on record. Yeah, and now it's come back. Now it's come back to Homer. Right. Man. Oh, by the way, guys, you remember to feel free to drop questions in chat. Like, if you do have any questions, you're welcome to ask them in chat. That's absolutely no problem. You know, I will say, like, the non-alcoholic beer is nice. I mean, I probably shouldn't be drinking it because I probably still need to watch me weight in that, really. I really need to lose weight. But, like, the non-alcoholic beer is nice, but I really do wish that I was drunk. I'm not drunk, like tipsy, right? Like, you know, that feeling of like when you have a beer and you just get that like, oh, you don't really get that as much with non-alcoholic beer. You just get the flavor of beer and you're like associated with those memories of that feeling and sort of self-associate yourself to like, this is okay. You know, it's nice. It's still nice. I actually just really like the flavor of beer as well. Like, I think you kind of get accustomed to a bitter taste, don't you? Like the bitterness. Oh yeah, you're there, Jonathan. I'll add you in now. How are you doing, man? Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just going to turn you down a tad. All right, go on, speak now. You should be.
Oh, okay. So
Perfect,
I wanted to ask you a question. Can you hear me properly?
You cut out a little bit, but I'm starting to think that it's my connection. Like it happened to the last guy as well. But continue there, mate.
Hold on. Maybe it's my internet.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. What's up?
So I wanted to ask a question about the contingency argument.
Right.
So how do you go from stage 1 to stage 2 of the contingency argument? How do you go from a necessary being to a personal being? Well, I have an argument. Sorry to cut you in, but I have an argument in mind. So, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Okay, right? Is it cool?
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely fine. Just I'll give you like a preliminary kind of response that I would make is that that a necessary, like I would argue for a form of metaphysical idealism such that you can't have an absolutely non-agent reality or non-agent based reality. So like when we're talking about like a personal being, like a necessary being to being a personal being, I would say that it is an ontological necessity that God has essentially a self relation. You could put it that is self-mediated, such that he has three, like in the sense that I will argue for the three distinct persons of the Trinity. Our relationship to God is obviously our relationship between the necessary being, which is then obviously has personhood and as contingent beings, and in a causal sense. So, but yeah, like you go for what you want to argue for, and I'm happy to hear it out.
It's not as complicated as yours, but
Sorry,
I don't know.
I'm sorry. The first part of what you said, I didn't hear you there. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying my argument is not as complicated as yours. It's pretty simple. I don't know if you will
If you can make it,
but
no. If you can make it simpler, I'm on board, man. Absolutely, go for it.
Cool. So my argument goes like this: the PSR. I go by some kind of PSR that says that you need an explanation for something's existence and why it exists in the way that it does. Okay.
Okay.
So because that necessary being we have arrived in the stage one of the argument is the cause of the universe, is the cause of the existence of the universe, it must be also the explanations for why the universe is the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
I would agree. That's our relationship to it. Yeah, like it has to be. We have to be causally, we have to be causally related to such that it provides the sufficient reason for everything else. Because otherwise, it would be external to it.
It's not really an argument for our relationship with God. It's more kind of an argument for stage two of the argument from contingency. It's like going from a mechanical cause of the universe to a personal, to an agent. So I'm not really arguing for a specific God of any religion here.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that in terms of it's like the whole point of like the principle of sufficient reason is such that it's essentially traversable back to like what Leibniz would call it, the monad of monads or whatever, but like essentially the one, the foundation, the necessary being, and everything gains its explanation in relation to that necessary being.
So you do? Okay, so you do agree with my argument?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you rebut someone that says that you can have an random mechanical cause of the universe and that's it?
I mean, like, I think that there's a point in which like there's a point in which it's clearly it's epistemologically arbitrary, such that it opens to explosion, right? Where you go like, okay, if this is random, then what isn't random, right? Like, why if we're cutting off the sufficient reason here to say that there isn't a necessary explanation such that it accounts for itself and that it doesn't need anything to account for it, then you can do that with anything. So it's like, why are we even it essentially destroys epistemology when you apply that. So like that would be my first sort of port of call. The next is to say that, you know, if we've you know, since that's basically just a rejection of the principle of sufficient reason, like, so like that I mean, that's what it is. Next, if you've accepted the principle of sufficient reason, I would say that what they would likely try and argue is that maybe there is an indeterminate sort of, or there's a reality which is like a quantum field, which is sort of randomly producing sufficient, like, which is impersonal and randomly sort of producing beings into existence. Now, I had a conversation. I want to say it wasn't yesterday, was it, or was it the day before? Excuse me, where someone essentially related this back to in relation to kind of quantum field or whatever. And I just asked essentially how would you give an account for the poles, right? How would you give an account for the frequency? How would you give an account for the distinct features which essentially mark the separation between actual and potential, such that you could actually be able to say that this is what exists and this isn't what exists. You're going to have to essentially draw boundary conditions. You're going to have to provide a sufficient reason for what it means to essentially be caused, why it's caused, and provide an indication of that. And the way I see it, there's only two ways they can kind of go with this. They can say that they can go kind of the everything that can happen does happen way, where essentially all possibility is actualized. Well, in which case, if all possibility is actual, you're talking about a unity of all possibility and actuality. You've actually defined what is possible in relation to what is actual, which would essentially be the necessary being that someone like Leibniz is talking about.
I see.
And so you would already say that, okay, well, it gains its potentiality and its actuality in relation to that being. Yeah, that's how I would. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. I actually had a debate last night with a certain physicist about the existence of God and atheism versus theism. So that's why I'm asking, because I gave the Kalam cosmological argument and the contingency argument, and some argument I have made by myself from induction against atheism. I might I don't know, ask for your thoughts afterwards. If you wanna, I don't know, hear that, or maybe give me your critiques.
Absolutely.
I'd be happy. Yeah, okay. So basically, that was my argument, and what he said was that you can have a mechanical cause or explanation of the universe that, I don't know, just made the universe the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I basically asked, like, why does this universe has the specific kind of contingent things that it does? And with a mechanical explanation, you don't really give an account for that thing. You know what I'm saying? You just say it because yeah.
It just
so you don't really give it.
Well,
yeah.
I think that they're doing is, and I think that they're sneaking in there is.
Wait.
Sorry.
I praised him, and he basically said that there is some kind of law that makes that mechanical being create.
Yeah, exactly.
The things that
it has
does.
to be. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So my next question was like, why does he have that law of him?
Well, he has to have that, that law, this is the whole point of saying, so mechanism has to be explained, in order for you to want to give a sufficient reason such that you can account for causation, you're going to have to say that there is a reason to account for causation, that it is a universal principle. Like, causation's not something that sort of can pop in and out, right? Where something is caused, something else isn't caused for it to make any sense. Especially not when he's talking about the efficient causation that he's engaging with, essentially just material causation. Essentially he's going to see it as dominoes falling from one event to the next. And what he's going to have to explain is why causation is a universal principle, or he's going to have to say that it is necessarily a universal principle such that it is a universal law that allows for him to explain the universe in this way. Now, this is why I think the rebuke, this is why what he's sneaking in here is essentially that he has a relationship or an epistemological relationship to that law that excludes essentially a success criterion. And this is why I think I would argue that any form of mechanism presupposes a form of teleology, and likewise teleology also presupposes a mechanistic account, such that the mechanism is essentially a kind of its first causation, its efficient causation, which then moves from one to the next. But in order to say that it is moving from one to the next, or that it imminently must, so that this must happen, that the next point is imminent, there has to be something in relation to the next event, in relation to these events, that make them logically interconnected, such that the first and the last event are explained as a single unified law, if you will, or form, right? He has to be able to give an account, essentially a formal account for reality. Now, by trying to say it's a law, he's trying to say that it's external to the objects, right? But then he's not going to be able to account for the objects themselves. So, what he's really doing here is he's sneaking in an empiricist epistemology, where and more so an externalist epistemology, and he's not really given an account for that. And then he's saying metaphysics is understood in relation to this account and our relation to the world. And that's what's leading him to this conclusion.
I absolutely agree with that. Because basically I pressed him on that point, and basically what his response was that my argument, my hypothesis, that you have to conclude a personal necessary being just opens up more questions. Like, he basically was like, what does your explanation have that my explanation lacks? And I basically said that my explanation explains two things: the existence of the universe and why the universe exists in the way that it does.
Exactly.
And his explanation only explains why the universe exists, but it does not explain the second thing, why it exists the way it does. And he basically said that both of those explanations leave a door to a lot of questions. So that's why he doesn't see my explanation as
but then
more reasonable.
He's just what all he's saying is that he's got his eyes closed to the. It's like, so, for example, Sir Isaac Newton famously said, "I've explained how gravity works, but not why it works." Right?
Yeah.
And that's essentially what you're saying. You're saying like, okay, yeah, look, I'm not arguing against the material mechanistic explanation of the universe. Yes, that is valuable. Yes, this is true. Yes, it interrelates, and this is how physicality works. This is how the material reality works. But that we cannot account for material reality in and of itself without presupposing a relationship, a logical relation, which is not only external and material. We have to actually posit something which is an end, a formal component, a final component, which is accounted for not within this mechanistic explanation, but it actually opposing this mechanistic explanation. It gives meaning to this mechanistic explanation. And yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I don't think that I think that what he's saying there really and ultimately, if I'm honest, is a typical response that I wouldn't be surprised if he used the word parsimony. And he's just saying that your explanation is less parsimonious, that it has more predicates that essentially leave more unanswered questions, and that's why he's choosing this path. Or this form of argumentation.
Sorry to cut you in, but what he basically did, and I've said that in the debate, is that when he arrives at a certain conclusion, he doesn't just decides if he wanna commit to that conclusion by its truth. The truth is it kind of like makes some kind of he weights the metaphysical importance of that argument, and that's how he decides if he want to commit to that, and not by its truth value. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's how he's deriving truth value in the first place, because a lot of them become instrumentalists, where it's
he doesn't really care about. Well, he didn't seem to really care about what conclusion has truth in it, but what conclusion
is most pragmatic.
Yes, or lives or takes. Takes the least of metaphysical weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
And that's really
just the one with the
really
like.
wild.
This is the essentially the, unfortunately in many ways, like the sort of influence of William of Ockham, and it like really like Occam's razor has sort of become almost it's not really a truth in it. It doesn't even reflect, I think, what Ockham was getting at necessarily. But instead it is it's almost too sharp. The razor's become too sharp, where essentially you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What you're doing is you're looking for the simplest explanation, not the truest explanation. And it's like, well, no, like there has to be, the only reason you're looking for the simplest explanation is because Ockham is saying it is most often the truest. But to be fair, like the reason why they're in that situation in the first place is because they're presuming a kind of metaphysics that they're not going to be able to ground, right? Which is essentially a nominalist, or either a nominalist, maybe a conceptualist form of metaphysic, and they're not normally going to be able to defend that. So I mean, the most important thing obviously is, rather than like obviously with debate in this respect, I think scientists often have, like, if he's truly engaged in science, try and inspire on just a point of like being an interlocutor, try and inspire within him why he's interested in science. I try and say like, look, like, why are you interested in science? Is it because you want to know the truth? Right? Is it because, even if it's about, if he says, no, that's because I want to make people's lives better. And it's like, well, surely you need to know the truth about how to make people's lives better. So it has to be, you have to desire to know. Like, desire implies a knowledge relation. So if you want to discover what is actually true, then you need to think about this, think about what is necessarily true, what you can't deny. And then from that point on, yes, try and get the simplest, most parsimonious explanation, but not at the expense of the truth, and maybe just try that with him if you ever speak to him again. But I know these conversations can be very taxing.
Well, I think maybe the main problem of our debate was that he's a very honest and open-minded atheist. So that's why I really decided to do the debate with him. Also because he's really intelligent. He doesn't really do much philosophy. He doesn't really know much about philosophy. So maybe that's why our debate was like, it wasn't balanced. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really know the PSR.
100%.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so maybe that's why. I have explained the PSR to him once, but it was in a call that was like 2 weeks before the debate itself. So maybe he has forgotten that. I'm not really sure. And maybe one more thing that I have done wrong is that I wanted to present 3 arguments. The first one being the Kalam cosmological argument, the second one being the contingency argument, and the third one the induction argument. I ended up not presenting the contingency argument. I only presented the Kalam cosmological argument, and maybe I've conflated the two kinds of the PSR. You know what I'm saying? The first one being everything that begins to exist must have a cause, and the second one being that anything needs to have an explanation for its existence and why it exists the way it does. So maybe that's
they are both forms of a cosmological argument, essentially, aren't they? Really?
I gave one argument, the Kalam cosmological argument, and I kind of like pressed both of those versions of the PSR into that. So maybe that, I'm not sure.
I'm a big fan of the PSR because I think that the PSR is like, I think that like one of the things is that like it avoids the baggage of temporal or linear temporal like causation that I think is implied, that can be implied with the Kalam. Or like at least you don't have to unpack it as much, because then you start talking about like the reasons for something's existence. And I think also it gets them to affirm essentially an ontological relation that you have to provide that something has to have account. There has to be an account for the reason of something's existence, and that's what formally causation is essentially resolving. And so I think I would normally go for the Leibnizian sort of PSR there, but I think the Kalam is good, but I do prefer the PSR.
I absolutely agree. I think maybe I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even really sure how good of an argument is the Kalam cosmological argument. It has a lot of maybe it is successful at the end of the day, but it has a lot of package, a lot of objections that you need to cover, presentism and that kind of stuff. So I'm not really sure. I think the Leibnizian, the PSR of Leibniz, that kind of cosmological argument that relies on the PSR of Leibniz is a better argument. I just gave the Kalam because it's a really good. It's a good argument and it's pretty simple. You know, I was
going to say it's nice and simple. It has it's usually more palatable to people, I think, in some respects as well, because it has them like it sort of presents them. It's sort of more open to people's worldviews, but I guess whether it's you do what you think's best in that sense. I think the main thing is as well, like just in relation, like if you do, wanting them to get to read, like into philosophy and stuff. In some respects, I think that the best way to go about this is rather than try to argue Christianity or rather like any form of theism. Like if I was to try and argue Christianity or any form of theism with anyone, rather than try and do that to someone who's, let's say, a nominalist, go the other way. right? Go the exact other way and get him to defend science, right? A scientific understanding, and take like a Humean stance, right, against nominalism of and then
can you explain what you mean by that?
So like essentially, so Hume will essentially take nominalism to its logical end and show that it won't be able to prove a causal relation between objects. And so he'll have to find a way to defend causation and causal mechanism. And
okay, can I stop you? I'm really sorry that I'm doing that, but
no,
do you remember what my third argument was? An argument against atheism from induction?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna present that because it's like, I'd say it's a miracle that you said what you just said, because it's like exactly my argument, but by induction and not by the principle of causation. So my argument goes like this: if A is justified by B and B is justified by C, and C itself is not justified, then B and A falls apart, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If scientific theories are based on justified by the scientific method, and the scientific method is based on induction or justified by induction, and induction itself is not justified,
then it falls apart.
So both of them falls apart. So now from that point on, what you need to do is add one of two things. One, accept that induction is not justified and abandon science and evolution and Big Bang and stuff, or accept some kind of like justification for induction. And my justification was theism, that there is a God and he created the universe with certain laws, the laws of physics, the laws of nature, and that kind of stuff. So,
I would agree. I mean, I would agree. You have to basically give what you have to do fundamentally is bring agency or the a priori component of thought and essence back into existence, and so remove that pure nominalist materialist position in order to give an account for the material, which is why at the start, like I was saying, it doesn't give an account, it can't justify itself, and you need that teleological component. And like, yes, that would be like that. A theist will say God. And they'll be able to give an account for that. And even if you're not a theist, I mean, I don't think any of the positions are tenable, but at least they would have to engage in a metaphysic which will maybe open their mind up a little bit more. And so like, just give it a go. Like next time you chat to him, try that. Just say like, look, I'm just wondering how you think you gain knowledge from reality. And then, when he explains, maybe through observation, experimentation, you say like, okay, so how do we understand, how do we know that gives us knowledge? And then, he's going to have to provide probably like, two things really, like essentially a success criterion, sort of pragmatic view, but he's also going to have to then, but either way, it's always going to boil down, as you say, to essentially a prior justification, essentially something that justifies that, and it's going to have to bottom out at an agent-centered view of reality. Now, obviously, a theist is going to say that agent is God, and like perfect agency. In order to, there is the possibility that he could become metaphysical anti-realist. But maybe he has to be that edgy teenager before he can, develop.
He's a scientist, or at least really likes science, and he's really like, he's not dishonest. You know what I'm saying? So if he's not gonna abandon science, I'm pretty sure that he will go for theism or some sort of a very complex deism. If he doesn't really want to commit to theism, the idea of a personal God and that kind of stuff, because atheists usually really they don't like the idea of a personal God.
No, like, or at least like maybe some form of like non-denominant theism. I think like a lot of it is put off by like institutional religion and like maybe associating certain aspects, and it's like, I understand like it can be difficult for people, like if you want to invite them, like they're welcome to come on the channel. I'm happy to have a conversation with them as well, so that's absolutely fine. And if and if you chat to them, I wish you best of luck. I'm sure I'll do well. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Or
I mean, yeah, not really much, but maybe maybe two main things. One of them being I have a YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure that you have noticed that my English is not the best. Maybe I can.
it seems all right. I understood everything you've said, so that's.
Yeah, I don't really have any grammar issues, but I do. I don't speak I don't speak like a native speaker.
Yeah, I don't speak any other language, so don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, so it's because I'm Jewish, not by religion, but by ethnicity. I'm Jewish, so usually I do speak Hebrew, and when I speak English, it's it's like that. So I didn't really think about inviting people who speak English into my channel because it's kind of weird, and the people who watch me, most of them they speak Hebrew. But I really like your channel. I've been following you for like a year, half of a year.
Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that.
I think your channel is great. Yeah, for sure, man. And maybe you could come on my channel if you
happy to.
If you'd like.
Yeah. Just
how could I contact you after this?
I have my email address is in me YouTube about. It's just perspectivephilosophy2@gmail.com. You can throw us a message on Discord as well if that's easier for you, or you could throw us a message on Twitter. But any of them are fine. Discord or email is probably better than Twitter because sometimes I miss it with it going like it gets like put through a filter. But I'll be on the lookout in me email anyway and me Discord as well. So yeah.
Yeah. So the second thing, you are a Catholic, right? Are you a Thomist by any chance?
I'm a Hegelian, but this is a point of like a lot of people are quite surprised as being a Hegelian.
Your language is really Thomistic.
Yeah, I use a lot of Thomism. I like Thomism. I think Hegel's an Aristotelian, you see. So I think they're part of the same tradition. So I'm very much like I'm very much I would say like you could almost call us a post-Kantian Thomist, right?
Yeah. Like I'm not really sure if that was you, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen a video of you saying you're agnostic.
I used to be agnostic, yeah. So I was agnostic for about 8 years, because I used to believe that you couldn't speak about God in His perfection, so you couldn't know God in His perfection, and that He couldn't be understood in that respect. And so I didn't think that there was a possibility of actually grounding the proposition God exists such that you could say He does or does not exist. I didn't think it was meaningless, but I thought it was pointless in the sense that in almost like in the relation like Anthony Flew. But rather than being an atheist, I think that led me to, and not even just that. It was like it's the arguments from like Via Negativa, where you could only speak about what God wasn't, and it just sort of it led us to the position where I was at the time. I thought, well, this seems to basically present to me, if I'm only in contact with beings that I know that aren't God, then what do I know about God? And it's like, well, nothing. So I was like, well, I should become an agnostic then, because it's literally like agnostos, like in the literal sense of like lacking knowledge of God, like having the inability to ground any knowledge of God. And then I read Hegel's Science of Logic and realized that I was wrong and that I was misunderstanding our relationship with the divine.
Hold on, did Hegel believe in God?
Yeah, Hegel's a big Christian man. Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, Hegel's like a real he's a Protestant.
Are you for real?
Yeah, no. He makes Trinitarian arguments. He says that Christianity is the highest religion, the greatest religion. He's very Christian, like very Christian. Hegel's like super Christian.
I'm really surprised. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, you wouldn't believe it. Like contemporary academic philosophy usually interpret the people who interpret Hegel interpret him as like a humanist, or maybe like even an atheist, because they read him through usually like Feuerbach and Marx, who are a rejection of Hegelianism. And like if you actually read, like even to read them intelligibly, like if you read Feuerbach, he's rejecting Hegelian Christianity because he's saying like this doesn't make sense. Like there's the problem of Hegel is him being a Christian, but then that's become like almost like a dominant sort of reading of Hegelianism, where you can just sort of remove the Christianity from Hegelianism, but it becomes incoherent. In my opinion, I don't think it actually makes sense. Hegel was very, very Christian.
No, okay, that's very nice. I see that. You said that you was. How long ago were you agnostic? Like a year
about
ago?
2 years ago. About 2 years ago now.
Was there a specific argument that convinced you that God is real or something like that, or
It was arguments in the
Hegelian-
science of logic. So I already knew about the principle of sufficient reason, but then I thought, well, I don't know anything about a necessary being such that I could essentially make it intelligible to myself. Like, so like, whether it, from a form of like sort of maybe deism, or even like just a sort of abstract necessity that I can't know. But then, so I wasn't really able to overcome the gap there. But it was Hegel's arguments in the science of logic, for his essentially his Trinitarian approach to ontology, where he shows that logically, in order to understand an object, you need to be able to engage in ontology, which explains, one, in terms of, I was already an idealist, so I already agreed with idealism, but then
You are idealist?
yeah, I'm an idealist. Yeah, like I'm an absolute idealist. So that as it.
Idealist in the sense that you don't believe that the external world objectively exists, or
Oh no, I believe in an objective material reality. I just don't think that it, like, essentially I think that materiality is grounded in what is in idea rather than the other way around. And even how we understand idea is, like I would say, you could say grounded in a logic, or a real logic and a logos. And I think that I would go so far as to say that I think that Hegel and Thomas Aquinas are arguing for almost the same thing, when Aquinas is rejecting the actual existence of prime matter. Like Hegel is saying that matter, what is material, is actually just a petrified intelligence, such that it is essentially just, it is form made concrete, and that's all it is. So like, you can only describe material existence in relation to a form or an identity, and that is its existence, not like some sort of abstract idea of matter, which is just essentially where we take this existence of this real concrete form and break it down into specific ontological properties of, let's say, like it'd be like charge, mass, spin, right? Like and that doesn't account for its existence. I would say that is only part of its existence, and it's really a quantitative approach to its existence, but doesn't explain the quality of its existence, which is really accounted for only when you consider an immaterial component, a logical component, and that would be, I think it's made apparent in in how you'd have to overcome something like Hume's fork, but yeah, like so I'm an absolute idealist in this respect. And so I was already an absolute idealist, but the way I was reading Hegel, or the way I got taught to read Hegel, was not to read Hegel talking about God, right? And then I read The Science of Logic. And so I'd read Hegel before, and I'd read Hegel talking about God, but, I sort of got polluted with the idea that, what he means by God isn't what, Christians mean by God. He means something else, like this, this sort of thing. And then when I read The Science of Logic, like, and I read him talking about God and the ontology of God and how the Trinity works, and essentially the ontology and the logical foundations of reality relating to an identity which is self-relating, which is perfectly mediating, and how that relates to the Trinity. And that's all objects, like internality, externality, and the unity of the two. Or, you could think of it as identity and difference, and how they necessarily cohere into a single unity. And that argument made me realize that actually, the Thomistic argument of how we know God through Christ, or through the Spirit, to know Christ, to know the Father, that was true in natural reason. That what we're doing when we're saying that we know through the Spirit, Hegel's and Aquinas will say that's love. Hegel's going to say that's like psychological recognition of the unity of yourself and the other, which is the unity of a drive, which is self-satisfaction or self-actualization, such that it unites like this dyad, and that through uniting this dyad, you gain your particularity. You gain the through your individuality, through this unity, you gain your particularity, which proves the universality of your existence, and then it allows you to relate to the perfection of that, where it's like, okay, so my ontology is, and how I understand myself, is only part of a much greater whole, which operates in the same way and is perfectly mediated. And that necessarily must be the case for me to have knowledge of myself or any other being which is operating in this same way, but to an imperfect sense. And you could think of this in a relationship of being in essence, in a sort of Thomistic way. And once I realized that, I was like, oh, Christianity's right.
I see what you're saying. Are you? I had two questions that I wanted to ask in the beginning, but it just flew out of my mind. So if you don't have time left,
well, no. If you got questions, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I just don't wanna take your time.
It's okay. No, it's absolutely no problem, man.
Okay, so one question the atheist raised yesterday was when I asked him when he objected that a mechanical cause of the universe created the universe in the way that it is, just because it has he had to do that. He had some kind of like law forcing him to do that.
Yeah.
I asked him why is he like that? Why does he have that obligation on him? And he said, what his response was, okay, then how do you explain your being, your cause? Why is it the way that it is? And that question really sound valid. Why is God the way he is? Why is he good? Why is he all powerful? Why is he omnipotent? Why is he? You see what I'm saying? Like why?
Yeah. I mean, I would say that because he is like I don't like when we say like why. I think that like when you say what, the what and the why in God are completely perfectly united, such that it is the unity of like, when we say he's the Alpha and the Omega, he's the beginning and the end. He's the unity of the first cause and the final cause, such that he is perfectly self-actualized. So like the sort of arguments that like Thomists usually give are from divine simplicity, that you can argue the divine properties of like omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, because he is essentially a necessary being, which implies that he's perfectly actual, which, because being and actuality are interchangeable. This is very simplified, because being and actuality or being or actuality are interchangeable with goodness. It means he's all good because he's all actual. Because he is all being, he is all present, he's always like necessarily there. Because he's all present and because he's perfectly self-knowing and self-mediated, he's all knowing because he knows himself, and everything is essentially a diminution of himself, as essentially the necessary first and last cause. And in terms of his sorry, what have I got? And then in terms of all loving, one is the end of all things. He's the end of nature, such that the meaning of their existence is grounded in him, such that the explanation of their flourishing is due to his flourishing, is due to his existence, but also that he is that he guides them towards flourishing, essentially causally, that he is pulling them towards flourishing. Is an indication of it, but I think most of all, because he has perfect knowledge of their experience in his being, because he's perfectly actual, and his knowledge of himself is perfectly actual. And since you're only a diminution of, or a limitation of his existence, then his knowledge of you is perfectly actual to the point that he knows you through all of your being. He knows you as you know yourself, and he loves you as you love yourself, because he loves himself, not in spite of your existence, but through your existence in order to completely know himself, or in order to completely love himself. So he must love you. So it's like it's the necessary. These are necessary conditions of a perfectly simple being.
Oh, so let me see if I understood you right. You're basically saying that if a necessary being exists, it must exist in that way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because now when if I wanna ask the question about the real God that I believe in, not the deistic God that I've argued for yesterday, the question doesn't really seem valid anymore, because yesterday he asked that about my first card with that contains some sort of consciousness or free will. His question seemed valid, because why is he like that? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't necessary. If a necessary being exists, it doesn't really have it doesn't have to have just free will, and that's it. You see what I'm saying? His question is not valid if it's being asked towards the real God, I don't know, the Jewish, the Christian, the Muslim God, but it is valid if it's being asked towards some kind of deistic God. Do you agree with that?
Yes. So like
Okay.
there are necessary properties that have to be applied for it to make sense. Basically, yeah. I would.
Yes,
that's why. So a deistic God. This is why I would reject deism.
That's clever. That's very clever.
I didn't think of it. This is St. Thomas Aquinas. I didn't think of that. So don't worry about it.
Saint Thomas Aquinas dealt with deism.
Well, I would say so. Like the way that he argues if you look at the Summa Theologica, the way he argues for the sort of properties of God or the characteristics of God is through divine simplicity. So he says like this is how God must necessarily be based upon the argument from divine simplicity. So he's like he establishes divine simplicity, then argues for the rest of it.
I don't want to be. I don't want to compliment myself very much, but I am considered a very intelligent person. I did take an IQ test, and my record was very high. But whenever I hear those ideas of Saint Thomas Aquinas, like the thing you just said now, or when I hear you talk, man, I feel inferior.
No, man.
How do people think about these things?
Nah, it's like this is this. I think that it ultimately it comes down to like I think like I was talking this with me girlfriend the other day, and I really this is why I actually hate IQ in some respects, right? So I've got an IQ that's been measured like fairly high, right? Like top 1%, and I'm happy with that, like cool. I'm like, and I think that it has some obviously indication of like how quickly I can pick up new ideas and stuff like that, right? Like,
can you restart? I didn't hear your first.
I was just saying that I think that it helps us like learn faster and stuff like that, but it doesn't essentially make us think better. But the learning itself is what makes us think better. And a great example, I think, is that it was Einstein had an IQ that was measured. I think it was about, I want to say it was 140, something like that. But it's often rejected. They say, no, he couldn't have an IQ of 140. It must have been 160 because of essentially the greatness of his conclusions, right? Of what he's managed to do. And it's like, that's bollocks. Like, you're just attributing like his success to his IQ when the man himself said, I'm not smarter than anybody else. I just think about it longer. And so it's like the truth of it is that he could have been slower than his colleagues, but not only more dedicated, but even like he might have out of the box thinking. He might be more creative. He might, and more than that, he might be more educated. That he's engaged in, like, he read philosophy, he read like other things outside of his field, and he's internalized that, and then used that to develop the depth of his thought. I just think of it like this: like a computer is, the faster the processor of a computer, great, right? Absolutely great. Faster the processor, it's going to perform better, but only if that processor has the right operating system and the programs are coded to a more concise and crunchable degree, such that it can be processed more easily. And so, like, the education makes reality easier to process, easier to essentially think your way through. And so that's what I think it comes down to. Like, in reality, I've been doing philosophy now for like over 10 years, and I'm only I think now becoming intelligible to half the people I speak to, because I managed to simplify a lot of the ways I used to speak. And it's just a constant growing process where, like, you just got to keep sort of plodding on and developing. And yeah, I think practice makes perfect, man.
What you said?
I said practice makes perfect,
I agree with that. And I have two things to say about that. One thing being, I have the perfect example of what you just said. There's a brilliant, really brilliant scientist that is very, very much admired in the scientific community because of the thing he has gained, because of his works and stuff like that. I think he was a physicist. I'm not really sure about that, but he's like a really great scientist. He has a really high place in the scientific community and stuff like that. And he has measured his IQ, and his IQ is like 125.
Yeah, which is like not what you would expect from like a world-renowned scientist. Like, what do you mean it's not 180?
Yeah, and that really fits your explanation. It doesn't really have to be about the IQ of the person, the intelligence of the person, but really about his creativity, the way he thinks, the way he is. The way he educates himself, the way he is like really putting the effort he puts. Basically, I don't really have any better way to put it in. It doesn't really matter how intelligent you are, as long as you're not like super brilliant or really dumb. As long as you put in the right effort.
Yeah, I mean, you could even think of it like it's not like if IQ is measuring the quantity of your thoughts, like the mental agility, like really the understanding is also tied very much to the quality of your thoughts, and that's not something that it's measuring.
Yeah, I agree. And the reason I gave that the IQ, the reason I brought up my IQ was to show that. Was basically to joke about that. Maybe even if I'm considered pretty smart by IQ and by people in general, because of my ideas, my arguments, the way I think, stuff like that. I don't know. Every time I listen, maybe to you, read Saint Thomas Aquinas, Aristotle, I can't help but think to myself, man, I'm dumb.
I do this. I still do this, right? I do this when I read McIntyre, when I read Slavoj Žižek, when I read Aquinas, when I read Hegel. Sometimes I think I'm like, wow. I'm like, what? How do you think like that? And then you gotta remember, like, a lot of these guys are writing when they're like 60.
How do you do that? Like,
you'll get there. We'll get there together, man. Like, we'll get there. Don't worry.
If God wills it, yeah, we will. And yeah, my second question, I think it was, do you have any opinion on presuppositionalism?
I hate presuppositionalism. I really dislike presuppositionalism. I think because I think it goes against, like, essentially the principle of sufficient reason. It just presupposes a foundational principle which you don't justify, and it makes everything arbitrary. It's like, well, I'm actually not going to presuppose my conclusion and my premises. And I think the only reason that people are doing that is because of essentially the influence of a metaphysic that you probably don't have to agree with in the first place. That leads to a kind of like Gödel's incompleteness theorem approach, where it's like, well, I'm presupposing It's like, look, in the words of Aristotle, like in some respects, it doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you end up. Like if you can show that there is a logical necessity for the development towards certain conclusions, it doesn't matter what presuppositions an individual has in order for them to engage in this. And what I hate about this is it almost makes Christianity or theism an exclusive club for those who are willing to make a leap of faith in the most irrational sense that atheists argue we do, and maybe in a Kierkegaardian sense that I don't think that we actually have to do. Like, I think that faith and reason are absolutely connected, and I can be rational and faithful, and I think faith can be the perfection of reason. So I don't need to make this sort of presuppositionalist argument where I'm just putting my conclusions in the first premise. Like, no, like I want to know the truth, not I don't want to sort of force my views on others and then say that, like, I guess we'll have incompatible differences or incommensurable differences. The truth's universal. Everyone can know it. You don't have to have a certain set of presuppositions. You know, the chances are your presuppositions are probably wrong, and upon engagement in reality, you'll reflect upon your presuppositions and develop them. So, like, that's sort of my point. Like, I think there's a point in which, you know, some presuppositions, like, in many ways, we have an axiomatic understanding of reality, those things that we can't deny. But the goal of philosophy is finding out what those actually are, those undeniable truths, not just asserting what they are.
Yeah, I want to say I absolutely agree, but I might disagree. I might slightly disagree with that. I do think
that's fine.
How do you say that? How do you
presuppositionalism?
I'll just say pres. Right?
Presup. Yeah, just say presup. Yeah, like presuppositionalism. Yeah.
Presuppose. I think it's generally very dumb and stupid. I might also add. I can see. I can respect certain views that oppose mine. I can see them as reasonable, but this one really seems dumb. How can you say that God is how can you use a logical argument in order to prove that, in order to justify logic itself?
I think you don't have to. I think that, like,
I'm not going at you. I'm talking to the presupper.
Oh, the presupper. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
You are trying to justify logic by using a logical argument, like.
Yeah. Well, I think that's essentially what normally, like, in reality, you know, the foundation, like, from, like, you can argue in general, and I think this is the way Aristotle argues for this, is to just say that any argument which tries to defeat logic defeats itself. And so what you do is, and this is where axiomatic, like, when the Greeks used the word axiomatic, they meant it literally as self-evidence, like self-evidentiary. Yeah. And the point that I think you need to, like, and this is one thing that I think we all should, you know, try and drive home to people, is that you don't need to prove logic. You can't disprove logic. It's indubitable. It has to be accepted. There's no other way.
I don't really think you can even try to prove logic.
Yeah, well, there's no point. It's not. It's proof. You think the thing is that we misunderstand proof or like evidence as purely the positive, when the negative can actually demonstrate. If you're saying something is, it's because I think that some people would say, like, you know, like, if it's unfalsifiable, it's not true, right? But then the irony is that, like, obviously that which is absolutely self-certain, it's not that it's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable because you cannot falsify it, not because it cannot be proven wrong. So it is a proof in and of itself, right? Like, it is the grounding of proof.
So I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The point where I slightly disagree with you is that maybe it's not even a disagreement. I just think that a certain view of presuppose is pretty good, because basically the point of presuppose is to go after people's presupposition. You get it? To go after people's presuppositions.
Presuppositions, to essentially attack them. Yeah.
Presuppositions in order to attack them. And I think that's good. Just don't really go for logic. You can go for ethics, for morality.
Oh no, I think you
Why
could go
not?
for. I think you could go for like logic in one respect, and I mean, or even like basic metaphysical foundations. And
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean-
that you would. Sorry.
The reason I have asked that is because my argument from induction is it has kind of like an presupposed personality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not really a classical argument. I really
yeah.
attack. Yeah.
Well, I think what you're
So that's
showing
why.
is that there has to be an acceptance of deductive reasoning in order to prove inductive reasoning, which shows that there has to be a relationship between essentially,
Yeah.
matters of the what Hume describes as there's matters of fact and relations of ideas, and what you're really showing is that the relations of ideas are essentially, or the a priori, the thought component, the logical component in reality has to be true in order for you to, and be accepted as true, for you to be able to ground any other truths, whether they be sort of empirically deduced or inductively deduced or whatever, right? And I think that's correct. And I think that the main thing that I think, and I mean, I would agree that it's good to make people challenge their presuppositions, and that any presupposition that's doing that is good. I think the issue is that you don't want to counter that by also saying that these are my presuppositions. You'd say that these are what you necessarily have to accept, and that I think relates to maybe like transcendental arguments for the existence of God. There's a guy in the chat who's writing a transcendental argument for the existence of God, and he was writing it, and it was actually really good, from a very similar vein, in saying like, look, this is what you must necessarily accept as essentially a logical foundation. Now let's build from there. And I think that's similar to what you're doing, where you're saying like, okay, we'll bring them back to like, okay, they're assuming induction, they're assuming this, they're assuming that. Force them to essentially prove it, to ground it.
Yeah.
And then once you get them to the ground, then we all have to accept it's necessary. Now where do we go from here? But once you've got them, like you're building them, you're breaking them down to build them back up.
Yeah, I agree, but he wasn't familiar with the problem of induction, so he couldn't really engage with my argument, and I obviously wouldn't force him to engage something he doesn't really know.
Yeah.
And we didn't really have time, so I couldn't explain that to him, because it was like at the end of the debate, because most of the debate, sadly, was wasted on the PSR. Most of the debate was about my idea of the first necessary being versus his idea, mechanical versus personal. Yeah, so I didn't really have.
Well, I
any
mean,
time
like
to do
in
that.
many ways, that's a necessary thing that you had to do, even to have the dialogue, to know, like, okay, so like he's really interested in mechanical causation. Now we can talk about, well, what is mechanical causation? How must it exist? Why must it necessarily exist? And how do we provide sufficient reason for that? Right?
Yeah. So he had one objection, even though we couldn't really talk about my argument from induction much, and that the objection was that science works. So since science works, that induction is also works. But
how do you know it works? It just presupposes, and you're right.
I mean, it does work, because we are talking on our phone, because it does work. But to me, it seems circular, because
it is
I'm not
circular.
saying
I'm saying you presuppose, and you're right. Yeah, like you're
No,
not explaining why it works, though. Like
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I'm not disagreeing that science works. I'm not disagreeing that induction works. I'm asking for a justification, for an epistemic justification that induction is right. I'm not disagreeing that it is right. I agree with that. But how do you explain? How do you justify that reality that science works?
Exactly.
If you
Exactly.
If you don't have.
I mean, as well, like there is an argument to say that, like, I don't think science is even completely explained through induction, and especially not through like empiricism, which is often presupposed. And I had a guy do exactly the same thing. It's incredibly frustrating. And this guy's a PhD, right? He's a PhD in I want to say it was chemistry. I think it was chemistry. And I went onto his podcast. Anyway, he's a nominalist. And I said this, and he says to us, I said, nominalism doesn't work. This is why. I gave arguments. And he says, and his response was a quote by Richard Dawkins where he says,
Richard Dawkins. Really?
Yeah. So he quotes Richard Dawkins saying, "Because it works, bitches." And it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, look, I'm not anti-science, man. I agree with science, but what we're talking about in many ways is the philosophy of science and how science actually works. I think you don't know how science works. And that's what I'm saying right now. And funnily enough, if you take your logical conclusions, this is what I said to him. I was like, look, if you take the conclusions of your position, you're going to find it's going to be anti-scientific. And I think you should do the same thing. This is why arguing from the position of Hume will strengthen your position, because he's going to take science and he's going to rip it a new one if you assume the kind of materialist, nominalistic position that this guy seems to be assuming. Where it's like, okay, if we're assuming this, the logical conclusions are we don't have to believe in causation. There's no reason to believe in an external world, and we don't have to necessarily believe in a mind. And you know, and you're just going to come to like to the point in which it's going to rip itself apart. And like the whole point of the Kantian sort of refutation of this, in order to put the agent back into reality. I'm not a Kantian, but like the reason he was referring to this is because he's trying to save Newton, right? He's trying to save Newtonian physics that essentially Hume had just murdered. So like the double irony from this position is that it kills science, and then they're using science as a defense. It's like, no, you're not allowed to use science as a defense. I'll use science as a defense. Your form of epistemology and metaphysics is anti-scientific, and I think that's the way that you need to kind of sort of take it.
I absolutely agree. I have used some sort of similar arguments in our previous calls before the debate with him. I did that with the with the existence of the external world. Asked him, how do you know that it exists? How do you know it's not really an illusion forced upon you by, I don't know, an alien or a demon or something
evil
like
demon, yeah, like the evil demon, yeah.
The Descartes reference. He said, I don't know, and that's the really crucial point, because he said that any belief that he finds out has no evidence to support it, he will abandon. He will leave that position.
Right. So if he can't give any evidence for it, then like
but he didn't leave that position.
Oh, of course he didn't. Like, look, like I will say this as well. Like, actually, I'll tell you, like completely disagrees with both of our positions. But there's a philosopher on YouTube called Kane Baker, and he does a really great video on the problem of induction. And he brings up a position, and you can even send him it, because it's like he's super, like he's actually a scientific anti-realist, right? But he uses the problem of induction, and he brings up a counterexample from induction, which is called like I think it's called counter induction, or where essentially like the more something happens. So induction presupposes that the more something happens, the more likely it is to happen. When you can do the exact opposite and say the more it happens, the less likely it is to happen. So each time you can, and there's no way to kind of argue out of that. You just go, oh, it's very unlikely the next time. You know,
because I have the example in mind that, well, if you presuppose like induction is really invalid. Well, just because I didn't die in any previous day doesn't mean I won't die in any coming day in the future.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly
simply invalid.
Exactly,
it's really easy to see.
You have to be able to. The whole point of mechanism is to provide a necessary universal causal link between events. That's deduction, man. You need to show deduction, and so like this is where I'd say like just say like, look, science doesn't work through induction alone. At least induction's useful, but not really. Induction presupposes a form of reasoning which justifies it. That's deduction. Deduction is necessarily true, can't be rejected. There we go. And like from that point, you can't assume a nominalism. You have to be able to assume that you have access to real ontology in what you're perceiving. So you can't assume a kind of nominalism. You have to assume at the very least, a kind of realism, right? And in which case, like, you know, you have access to an immaterial component in reality, a logical real component in reality.
Can you expand on that a little bit? I didn't really understand.
Well, if you take
What-
so if you take reality to be explained, like how an identity is structured, like what are we talking about?
Not this part. The previous part where you said that you take induction and you say that it is justified by some kind of
Prior
deduction.
principle. Yes, you have to be able to say that there is a necessary logical connection between events, such that two events are interconnected, and like that's how induction is essentially founded. The only way you can do that is essentially with a deductive argument, because otherwise you'd have to be using induction to prove induction, which would be
And that's circular.
circular. So you have to use a deductive argument. In order to use a deductive argument, you have to affirm that essentially you can get to a deductive argument in relation to basic self-association or identity relation, like the laws of logic. And the way you would do that is to say that, oh, well, that is necessary. So if X must be itself but not itself, and then I can use that. If I basically plug and play any specific identity in that relation, I can say, okay, I can gain knowledge about that deductively. Now, one of the things that I can do is say that I can gain knowledge of a methodology called induction, which is proving to be useful because of X, deductive reasoning. And unless you can do that, like, you're not going to be able to justify induction. So, like, that's what I would do. Say, like, okay, induction, even if I don't think all science works through deduction, I think that it requires actually like universal identity relations, which is essentially deduction and a real logic existing in reality. But let's say it is purely, like, even if we do try and assume induction and say that is how we're gaining knowledge, we're going to have to give a justification for induction, and you can't do that with induction. You can only do that, therefore you must be able to do it with either abduction, which again can't do it, or deduction. So you're going to have to use a deductive argument, a necessary argument, something which is indubitable, and you can't do that if you assume a materialist nominalist foundation, because there's no way to ground that your ideas or your logical relations of your thoughts have any relation to the external world. Which is why Hume says causation might not exist. I see one event and then the other.
What do you mean by science doesn't really rely on induction alone?
Well, like, look at it like this: if one, I don't like in order to gain knowledge of any specific identity, in order to basically plug and play in. Do you know anything about Kant?
Yeah, I do. I have read some of his stuff, yeah.
You know Kant's transcendental analytic, where he basically says, look, in order for me to have an experience, there has to be not presupposed, but prior to that experience, logical categorization, and that logical categorization makes possible those particular experiences. So in the case, like, Hume gives the example of two billiard balls on a table. So if I'm playing something like pool, and I take a shot and I knock one ball into the other, he says that because if we assume that all knowledge is gained through induction, right, through experience, then I can't prove causation because I see one event and then I see the other, right? Which means there's no logical necessary relation between them, and you gain essentially and then you take that back further and you gain the problem of induction, where you can't essentially give any a priori relation in reality. There is no logical relation in reality. Kant refutes that by saying, actually, I wouldn't be having an experience in the first place unless I could say there is a billiard ball, a quantitative understanding, and that it's on a table in relation to another billiard ball, which is essentially a qualitative understanding. So, like, or in Kantian terms, a relationship between space and time. So unless I can place it into concepts such as space and time, which already have a logical structure which this reality conforms to, I wouldn't be having an experience in the first place to then say there is one billiard ball, then another billiard ball, and that these two events are happening in a temporal relationship, since temporality is essentially just 1, 2, 3, 4, and a linear chain which is essentially being connected. So there is already a unity presupposed in relationship, which is what he calls the unity of apperception, which is your psychological continuity, which makes the concept of time intelligible. So like there has to be already a presupposed relationship of space and time for you to have any internal or external experience. These are not something that are induced. These are necessary. These are deduced through our intuition. We deduce these concepts, but these are necessary concepts. These are categories of the understanding. These are built from necessary logical principles, and so are not proven through induction. And then we can build onto induction by saying, okay, now that I have these fundamental principles, I can then say one event impacts the next event, and because that is likely happening, then therefore I can deduce that it is likely happening again, that it will likely happen again.
I see. Okay, that's really cool.
No, because you'd ground it in necessity. So like Kant kind of comes to the point in which it's an antinomy, or a paralogism, where he says it can't be proven through logic, but must necessarily be affirmed. Where Hegel will say that it cannot be refuted, that certain categories can't be refuted, and that these categories aren't, like, it's not just these categories. We mightn't have the correct categories, right? But all identity, everything, all thought, all reality, fundamentally, for it to be thought of and understood or engaged with in any way, presupposes a logical self-relation, like basic logical self-relation, such that it can essentially function. So like he sort of tells Kant, this isn't just in our heads, this has to be in nature, because Kant can't give an account for himself. But like that's a separate point of general idealism.
Yeah. Okay, that's thank you for the explanation. I think it might be my last question or thing to discuss about, or I don't know, one of the last, because it's nighttime for me. And
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's no problem, man. Yeah.
Okay, so I have another argument from intuition against atheism that I was developing, but I didn't really have anybody to debate that with, because well, do you know that in the internet, most certain atheists love to debate unknowledge people who don't have really knowledge in philosophy and science, and defeat, and sort of like defeat theism because they've defeated people who lack knowledge.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know exactly what you mean.
So so that happened in my area in Israel where I live, and since I have gotten into TikTok, most of them, I don't want to say they run for me, because that's really...
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, there is, unfortunately, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't accept any of my debate.
No, man, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do that, even though they debate people all the time. They don't accept mine. That's really wild. But I don't want to make any.
No, I've had this happen with me. Yeah, I know exactly what like. I think it's just if you've got sufficient pushback, I don't think. And then like often like the problem is that you go into a depth in which they can't go to, and they're not willing to put the effort in to learn, and it's just
So my argument goes something like, and I kind of like developed it out of an accident. That's really funny. I was reacting to one atheist in TikTok where he said that blind belief is dumb, because if you go by blind belief, you can really convince anybody. If you go by that method, you can justify Islam, Judaism, and Christianity.
Or atheism, yes.
or atheism. And I was like, well, I do agree with you, but saying I believe with no evidence is not an argument for theism. It's just an expression of why you believe in God. So attacking that is really wild, because I believe in God with no evidence is not an argument. It's just a statement.
It's a psychological statement about yourself. I mean, to be fair, I'll be very critical. I don't think you can have a belief which is not that is not supported by, like, I don't believe you can have a belief without reasons, because a belief. You do agree? Okay, then yeah.
and that's where my argument goes. I was basically like, that's not an argument, but even if it was an argument, we all believe in certain things without proof, without an argument in support of them. You as well, you believe in the external world without any evidence to support that. You believe in the laws of logic without any evidence to support that. You have blind faith in the laws of logic. You have blind faith.
I definitely disagree with this. I don't think that's blind faith.
Hold on. No.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Let me finish. And yeah, so I was like, if you go by your own logic, so you gotta reject logic and those things that I've just listed. And I pointed out that those people who believe in God, supposedly with no evidence, don't really believe in God with no evidence. They just believe in God out of intuition. They have an intuition that the world is in order, that the world was created, that it's more likely, but they just can't articulate that.
That's the thing. Like that is it. Like it is that like people just cannot. I think that's true. I think it's an implicit. Like they mightn't have even had introspected enough or engaged with themselves enough, or even just offset that to an institution. Like we all don't know everything and can give an account for everything, but we believe, like we trust in authority. And I think that there's like, look, I understand like you know you can trust in authority too much, and if you do that blindly, that's bad. But like we all like I haven't read a lot of scientific papers that I just take to be correct, or like science that I take to be correct because institutions have heard this is what we've agreed upon, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's really great. That's that, you know, And it's not that I'm but it comes to a point where it's like I think rejecting institutional conclusions is actually irrational, and you could say like, you know, like a lot of people just go, well, actually, all of these people say this, like this institution say this. I have this reason to believe that they are speaking the truth. They are the most qualified to essentially express this position, and that's why I trust them. You know, and I think we all do that to some degree. But yeah, I mean, I would 100% say that in terms of laws of logic, I think that's necessary. I don't think you can, and I think that we all must fixate our belief upon the truth. I agree with that. I'm just saying that if he's really against blind belief, if he really thinks it's a really dumb idea, be consistent about it.
And reject logic, but that would be inconsistent because your argument was a logical argument, and you can't reject logic based on a logical argument. So either way, you're inconsistent.
I think there is inconsistent. Yeah, I think there is a lot of atheists who. There's a lot of atheists who accuse theists of doing the very thing they're guilty of, in terms of blind belief, where they just assume their conclusion to be the case, or that their argument is the better argument, without actually having engaged in the philosophy behind it. I think that's absolutely the case.
So he would be inconsistent, and basically the argument I've been thinking about since then was that. Why did he arrive at such place? At such a place where he says such dumb arguments, you know, where he says an argument that the logical conclusion that arrives from that argument is that he has to reject logic itself. I've been thinking to myself, and I think because in atheism you don't really have any justification for intuitions. Why would you trust why would you trust your own intuitions? They're just feelings in atheism, and since that's pretty much what I'm aware of, and since intuitions are the only way we can justify our most basic axioms, and atheists don't have that, they can't really make a worldview, because how can you justify anything if you can't really have axioms?
Sound like Michael Humer. That's who you sound like. I'm not sure I agree, but you do sound like Michael Humer. He makes a very similar argument.
Who's that?
He's another philosopher on YouTube. Like he's like a professor on YouTube. He makes a very similar argument. But yeah,
that's a compliment.
Yeah, no, it's a compliment. Michael Humer's a very smart man. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm not sure I agree, but like in terms of it, but like it depends on how we understand the concept of intuitions and stuff. But that would take a lot of unpacking, and I really need to run to the bathroom. So,
would you? Should I wait or should I leave? What?
We'll chat about this next time. But like, just you're welcome back on anytime, man. And I'm happy to come on your channel as well. But
Could you just in one sentence comment on my argument? One
yeah.
sentence, really,
So I mean, I guess
quick.
the only thing that I would it depends on what you mean by intuition. If you mean by intuition, essentially the affirmation of necessary logical truths that that cannot be denied, then yes, I agree with you. If by intuition you mean or the contents of our experiences rather than necessarily what I'm saying is the structure of our experience, then I would disagree with you, because I think that we can obviously call that into question to a great deal.
I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's
so
great.
what were you saying before that?
No, that's it. But thank you very much for coming on, man. It's been a really nice conversation.
Thank you. Same with you. You're a very smart man. Thank you for the answers and the conversation, and see you next time.
I'll see you next time, man. You seem like a really smart dude yourself, and have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. Absolutely no problem, Jonathan. You're welcome. Whew, okay. Right. Brought another not beer. Right. Thank you very much, R. Right. I'm going to go off in about 20 minutes, guys. So if anyone has any quick questions or anything, or I was going to review that video. I don't know if I've got time. Does that look like a good video as well? React to this. All right, Maximo. I haven't reacted to anything from you today. I'll react to yours. It's 26 minutes long. It's 26. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Goku versus Superman. Dragon Ball Z versus DC Comics Death Battle. Right. Alright. Okay.
Episode of Death Battle is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Okay, just preliminary thing. It's 100%, like, it depends on the iteration of each character, just so you know. Like, if we're talking, like, Superman Prime versus, like, Goku from Dragon Ball, obviously it's Superman Prime. And if we're talking, like, Ultra Instinct Goku, or, like, Super Saiyan God Goku versus, like, I don't know, like, Superman from like the original action comic, like the original, what is it, like was it Action Comics? I think it was called, actually, like the original issues. Like, he's gonna have them all over. And like, is Kryptonite involved? Like, do we allow that? Like, what's going on?
Fight! Son Goku, Superman. It's time to answer the ultimate question, and we're taking it all into play.
We're
like Action Comics. I will say this, right? Goku like moves faster than light, like all the time.
examining Superman's extensive mainline comic book canon. Given Dragon Ball Super's contentious continuities, we'll include all three, just to be thorough, plus Dragon Ball Heroes.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons,
this
armor,
is class. I love this.
and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Far away, in an enchanted land.
I don't know who I want to win. I think Goku. I think I want Goku to win. Right, I'm like a DC fanboy. If this was Batman, Batman would win. But like, I don't know, man. Goku versus Superman. Who do I want to win? I think I want Goku to win. Just for that, he's got the will, man.
An old master found a boy and marveled at his uncommon strength. This is the story of Son Goku.
Chances are, if you've watched some localized anime, you can thank this guy.
Inspired by martial arts films and his wife's interest in Chinese culture, Akira Toriyama crafted the story and the character that would define generations to come.
Dragon Ball! Kakarot was born a low-class Saiyan on the planet Vegeta, narrowly escaped its destruction by Frieza, and
It's the underdog story as well, man.
was raised on Earth by happy old Grandpa Gohan.
Not just raised, but trained. Gohan began Goku's teachings in martial arts, which he would find to be his true calling under the guidance of Master Roshi. Specifically, he learned the Kame-sen and Ryu style, which focuses on discipline and tenacity, both of which strongly define Goku's character.
The more he learned, the more he wanted to improve. This little low-class monkey boy would prove that hard work and dedication can beat raw talent. Within just a few years, he was so strong, the only worthy teachers left were gods. And a talking cat, but mostly God. When you're training to
This class, man.
dodge lightning, you know you're a few leagues over everyone else.
He did have a slight advantage. Saiyans are naturally superhuman. They also take Nietzsche's famous words, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," very, very literally.
It's
I really do as well.
almost unfair how much of a boost in power they get after they're hurt.
While Saiyans like Vegeta may have abused this trait, it suits Goku. No matter how many times you knock him down, he will get back up, stronger than before.
It helps that he knows so many cool combat moves, like the Kamehameha!
An incredibly powerful technique that focuses one's ki into a single point for a devastating beam.
So challenging, it took Roshi decades to master, but Goku got it in like 5 seconds.
It's incredibly versatile, with over 50 different variations. For example, Goku can curve the beam after firing, or even shoot it from his feet.
But unlike most Saiyans, he doesn't just use ki to blow shit up. Moves like the Solar Flare, Energy Landbind, and God Bind require a lot more strategy and planning.
Because while Goku isn't exactly book smart, he is a genius when it comes to martial arts. He doesn't just train to conquer his opponents, but to conquer himself.
He's also got some
I even love the music behind this, like the ballet metal. It's so
different
good.
moves, like trapping you in a rice cooker.
Well, pretty much any container could be used for the Mothaba sealing technique.
Then there's Kaioken, aka instant steroids. Goku's multiplied his power by 20 with it before, and in a movie, he even got it up to times 100. What a badass!
The Genki Dama, or Spirit Bomb, is potentially his strongest attack.
Oh yeah, the spirit bomb is gonna win him the day, man. Surely, but then it only hurts people who are not pure of heart, right? You can just bounce it off.
But it requires considerable time. Unlike instant transmission, which is a teleport that's instant. The way it works is Goku detects another person, like a sort of beacon, then teleports to their location by launching himself through an alternate dimension where time stands still. Yes, according to the Daizenshuu guidebook, it's a dimension hop. You can actually see this in between space in some movies and games.
And the dubs wanted us to think it shot Goku's molecules around at light speed. Silly English.
The dubs did more than that. In fact, early dubs of Dragon Ball Z tried to rewrite Goku as a Superman figure. Even his famous speech on Namek about being the light in the darkness was originally about him coming to terms with his Saiyan heritage, accepting his anger and pride, avenging his people by defeating Frieza, and declaring himself the super.
the good parts of Goku, all the good stuff's probably gonna just be like, oh yeah, that was totally Western. Like it was all about power before this. It was
Saiyan. Hell yeah. There's any scene that deserves the word epic, it's when he went gold. Super Saiyan and its sequels all have official power multipliers, but they threw us for a loop by turning Goku into a god.
Yeah, that was a weird one. That was
Saiyan God certainly changed things up. Goku gained Divine Ki, a pure form of Ki unspoiled by mortal hands. Unlike normal Ki, it can't be detected and appears to have healing properties.
Kinda like Senzu beans. Did you know one Senzu has so much healing juice it can regenerate a person's lost limbs? They're missing out.
God Goku reached a level of power that could compete with the greatest of deities, nearly shattering the whole universe with a single clash on his first go. Dragon Ball's cosmology is unique. This model is said to be an accurate depiction of Universe 7, but there's a wrinkle there. When all of humanity went to heaven,
because Boo went berserk,
Videl commented that heaven is just as large as a universe, and the Daizenshuu backs her up.
And that's heaven, big planet.
So let's scale things up with that in mind. Doing so would make Universe 7 over 1,500 times larger than our own observable universe.
And Goku could destroy that much the first time he went God. And he didn't lose that power. He learned how to use it even better, even in base form. Now, imagine how much stronger he became when he stacked Super Saiyan on Super Saiyan God.
Yeah, Super Saiyan. Oh, yeah. Blue hair. Finally, we got blue hair. I was waiting for this when I was like a kid. I was like, blue hair, man.
Became Super Saiyan Blue.
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
Yeah, not saying that. Or after he trained with some almighty angel.
yeah, not saying that.
Or when he perfected the blue hairdo and stacked Kaioken on top of that.
Goku has certainly performed great feats with God Ki, breaking through Hit's time stop by forcing himself into the future, holding off Infinite Zamasu, who was a sentient timeline, defeating Jiren, who shook the entire world of Void by just walking.
He even tried out Hakai, the destruction god move that nopes you out of existence. Your being and your soul erased from all of time and space.
Culminating in his greatest form, Ultra Instinct.
The Ultra Instinct is so OP, man.
Chrome Goku.
I love the way the Japanese engage with these things. It's just to be like, it's going to get more powerful even when you go, wait, this couldn't be more powerful. No, it can be, and it will be, and we're just going to assume we can be. It's like it's very like just we're going to add one. We're just going to add one again. We're just going to keep it going.
Goku isn't a normal transformation. It's a state of mind. Ultra Instinct is the highest peak of martial arts. Subconsciously making optimal choices because you're in the zone. Doing without thinking.
It's very, very Buddhist, isn't it? Like,
Goku has always been trained to do. Technically, it can be used in any form, but when perfected, Autonomous Ultra Instinct makes you untouchable. No matter what comes his way, Goku will automatically dodge, block, and counter to the best of his ability, even pushing his body well beyond his physical limits. So far beyond, in fact, Ultra Instinct can summon a massive avatar to defend him when his own body can't.
That sounds really intense.
It is, which is why he's developed incremental versions of it for specific uses. It's extremely difficult to maintain the full form for long.
this is what plot armor does, man. This is what plot armor does. It's like, look, he should have lost, but we're gonna put in a giant blue him to win. Right?
Until you get to Dragon Ball Heroes, aka Dragon Ball fanfiction gone Kaioken times 1,000.
While technically a different continuity, CC Goku is functionally a stand-in for the mainline Goku. His history and powers are the same, making his story just as much of a what-if scenario as the multiple super continuities. The only real difference is Toriyama's not really involved.
This Goku used instant transmission to teleport through time and dimensions. He outsped a god who could see the future. He defeated Dark King Fu, who was gonna rewrite the entire universe. Hell, this series even makes GT cool. Xeno Goku can break space-time just by going Super Saiyan 4.
Looking back at that goofy monkey boy chopping wood and punching dinosaurs, it's almost overwhelming to think about how far Goku has come, how much he's had to face.
But no matter the challenge, he takes it head-on and pushes through.
Showing everyone, everywhere, how to go even further beyond.
No, man, whoever's making this video is so good. Like, they're just so good.
When you visit Fiverr Pro and discover pre-vetted,
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman.
Geez, just a locomotive? People in the 40s needed bigger imaginations.
Born on the far-off world of Krypton, the infant Kal-El was sent to Earth by his parents, narrowly escaping Krypton's destruction. Raised by farmers as Clark Kent, he eventually became Superman, champion of the oppressed, the man of tomorrow.
If you've only seen the movies, forget him. Comic book Clark's not the perfect Boy Scout, and he's definitely not Jesus. Wait, weren't the guys who made him Jewish?
Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster were sons of Jewish immigrants and grew up in a time when anti-Semitism went largely unchallenged.
And then that ugly mustache showed up.
Understandably seeking escape from some truly
Anyone seen like Communist Superman? What is it like? Superman? Is it what's it called? It's like Superman Red Sun. That's it.
terrifying horrors.
He landed in like communist Russia rather than the US.
Pair created Superman to be a simple solution to overwhelming problems.
A hero who could defeat any evil by just punching it. Hell yeah, that's how I live my life.
After almost 9 decades, Superman has been many things. At the core, his story is one of a refugee, a child who lost his home, left to the mercy of alien people. This new world accepted him, raised him, gave him a new home, because helping others in need is the right thing to do. That's why he became a superhero, the first superhero.
Everything's gotta start somewhere, but he was the first one to really take off. I mean, not literally. It took a while, actually, before he learned how to fly.
In fact, when Clark discovered his Kryptonian heritage, he struggled to accept it and subconsciously developed mental blocks, severing him from his true power, which he would uncover throughout his life.
He's strong enough to shoulder press the weight of the Earth for 5 days straight, or crush coal into perfectly cut diamond.
That's not how that works.
He's fast enough to reach the edge of the universe in seconds, or even break the bonds of
I was gonna say, like, there's some mad, like, physics break and stuff.
Infinity. Wait, he can do all that, but Batman can punch him out? Really?
Like, yeah, man, Batman can punch him out. Like, that's the... I love DC because they just go like, for example, like when you look at Marvel speeds and strength versus DC speeds and strength, it's just not the same thing. Like the Justice League would like unbelievably murder it would just absolutely decimate the Avengers. It wouldn't be a fight. It wouldn't even be even close to a fight.
You're probably thinking of Elseworld stories outside main canon like Dark Knight Returns. It's a good question though. Superman's powers have fluctuated over time for a variety of reasons.
Dark Knight Returns is so good, man.
For Death Battle, we take the characters at their best.
Yeah, like how his breath is so powerful he can sneeze away a solar system or blow air cold enough to freeze ghosts.
Speaking of, his X-ray vision doesn't just see through walls. He can see through your own body and mind to examine your soul.
And yet, he can't see through lead. That's okay though, he can just burn through it with his face. Since he gets his power from the yellow sun, his heat vision burns with the fire of a star. And if beams aren't enough, he can blast it out of his whole body for a super flare. It used to totally drain him, but he's learned how to control it.
Simply put, Superman's powers defy physics. My favorite examples of this are when he rebuilt the reality warping miracle machine from memory, or punched Brainiac so hard every version of him felt it through all of time, or
I love that stuff, man.
when he gained 10 years worth of
it's just he hit him in the essence. He did not just strike him in the instance or the material. He struck him in the soul, man.
medical training through only 5 minutes of reading and then successfully performed lung surgery.
Nice. My favorite example is when he smelled brownies in North Dakota from orbit.
Even beyond his powers, Superman is no novice when it comes to the intricacies of battle.
He's trained in Kryptonian martial arts, which uses chi, or as they call it, Shriar. He even got summoned to Asgard to fight demons with Thor for 1,000 years.
Superman can resist being erased from existence, such as tanking Darkseid's Omega Beams. Even Retcon and the Time Trapper, both of which hijack and alter timelines, can't touch him. Not because of his powerful mental defenses or healing factor, but because he's a cosmic linchpin in the greater metaverse.
Timelines literally revolve around him.
But let's address the S-shaped elephant in the room. You may have noticed we've covered a variety of Superman eras. Superman, and DC Comics as a whole, have gone through multiple retcons.
Golden Age, Silver Age, Pre-Crisis, Post-Crisis, New 52, Rebirth, and so on.
It would help to know which one is the main Superman, right? Well, they all are.
Yeah, the latest reboots basically said
Goku is more powerful because wearing weighted clothes is dialectical. Yeah, like I do like Goku. I mean, to be fair, it's like, how do you even compare? Because, like, let's be honest, they win because of plot armor. Like, it's how do you fight? How do you know who's got the stronger plot armor, man?
that everything in the main series is kind of canon, even when he had wacky powers like changing his appearance with a super muscular control. I guess he can still phase through almost anything, even people.
Look, if you really dig into it, this isn't new. Plenty of characters have recalled events from supposedly retcon timelines before.
Yeah, post-crisis Supes did start as less powerful than in pre-crisis, but that was because of the mental blocks.
Though he's not a complete composite, there's so many other Supermen out there.
Future Superman, Big Robot Superman, Commie Superman.
Superman Prime, man, like the future where he's just been living in the sun for like 10,000 years and he's just like omnipresent or something. It's like he basically become Q from Star Trek.
Dinosaur Superman. There's a bunch.
Still, this new canon has affected his abilities. For example, he and other Kryptonians can effortlessly travel through time. And while Superman's powers stem from the Earth's yellow sun, exposure to a blue star increases them even further. In fact, upon visiting a white star, he attained a whole new level of power.
When that old baldy Lex teleported him to another galaxy, Superman just popped back up, saying space-time has lost its meaning for him. He really just said that.
Remember, Superman defies physics.
Like when he used heat vision to restart the universe by making an all-new Big Bang.
We've seen that his universe has a radius of at least 100 trillion light years.
Okay, that one I hadn't heard before.
But we can calculate a more exact figure. The DC universe is 15 billion years old and expands at 60...
makes the universe. Like, alright, I think he's won. I think, okay, fair enough.
trillion light years per half second. This means its radius must
Like,
be
it's a,
over
like,
50 non.
Goku maybe would destroy universes, man, but there's a whole new power to just like, and then he make the universe. Like, Manhattan just in the face. Like, he just punches Dr. Manhattan in the face. And then Manhattan's like tripping balls because he's like, I could see like all of time and space and like everything. And then I have this just moment of Clark punching me in the face and it goes black. And he's like, which really means either I die or I've ended the universe. Like,
Of steel.
This game, you're not.
This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Whiz, it's getting to be the holiday season again, and I just know Mama Boomstick is finally getting me that new dune buggy I've been drooling over. What's gonna be stuffed in your stocking?
A couple undiscovered elements would be nice, but the holidays are also about giving gifts to yourself.
Maybe that means giving yourself a break during this busy month, or treating yourself when you have the time.
And in anticipation of a new year, sometimes that means therapy.
Therapy can be super helpful year-round, but especially
that is like getting sold therapy. It's like, are you watching a video about two mythical heroes having a death battle? Do you go outside? Would you like to go outside? Would you like a friend to talk about these videos with? If that's the case, you should try BetterHelp.
All right, the combatants are set. We've run the data through all possibilities.
it's time for a death battle!
Today's the day. We'll finally settle who's stronger.
If you say so.
You're holding back. Give it your all.
Oh man, I missed some who's winning.
I'm doing just fine.
This is so good, man. It just went blue. Come on, he's got to destroy the earth. Come on. Huh? They're just like thinking the power up on each turn.
Oops. Well, I guess we can wish it back later.
World made of cardboard. All right, I'll show you just how powerful I really am.
He's just punching him so hard, all the other Gokus are feeling it. Oh man, this is so best. This is peak philosophy. Actually, Ogate. This is what philosophy culminates in, right? The perfection of hypothetical martial arts fights to the point in which the essence of one character is judged against the essence of another. Right now, this is ethics in its purest form, right? We are judging the virtues of Son Goku and Superman in a death match to see who will reign supreme as the greatest, most virtuous like physical character or physical parameters. Okay, like this is practical reason made manifest.
What do you think?
That was awesome! Nice suit!
Oh, thanks. Kryptonian fabric. My mom made it for me.
And we're back. We're white now. Yes. Yes.
Finally.
What's going on? So good. Just like how none of this makes sense, it's so good. Okay, they've destroyed the universe.
Huh? Ah, darn it.
Almost had me there. That was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, it sure was.
Almost
but I'll be
had
stronger.
me, like, you know, unscratched to just like, yeah, almost had us there, you know, destroyed the universe. I'm fine though.
Next time.
I look forward to it.
Let's go again.
You're on.
No, that was so good, man. That was so good. That was so good. That's the kind of thing I live for, man. That's so good. This is how the hierarchy of being was conceived. Yeah, man. Absolutely. The first caused the Peloponnesian War, traumatizing Sokkin, asking why. The last caused Superman and Goku fighting to the death. That's just like...
KO! That's it! the final, indisputable answer. Who am I kidding? People are going to argue this one forever.
There are so many ways this battle could go, especially with all the other continuities.
Yeah, for real. Goku would kick almost every other Superman's ass, except for the main one.
There's a lot to cover, so let's
Except for the main one.
address the 5 categories most representative of this fight.
Who would win, God versus Goku? Yeah, obviously Goku. That's the only Christian answer. You know, like a being of absolute omnipotence and self-actualization, such that Goku's existence could only be accounted for within. Yeah, no, Goku, obviously, yes.
Could hit hard enough to break or make their whole universe, or take it in stride, like when Superman got smacked by the whole antimatter universe.
At most, Dragon Ball's universe is 1,505 times larger than our own. But based on the DC Universe's officially established age and rate of expansion, it is 1.6 vigintillion times larger, over a novemdecillion times more than Goku's.
At some point you reach a number high enough that it just doesn't mean anything anymore. Anyway, Goku's obviously gotten stronger since the Beerus fight, even by billions or trillions of times. He's defeated Jiren, Broly, Moro, and Fu.
But even if we highball Goku by quadrillions or quintillions of times, the gap is just too much, especially with the World Forger feat. Not even Heroes competes with that. Superman takes the edge in strength.
But strength isn't everything. Let's talk speed. Both are obviously way faster than light, but Superman crossed that mega-sized universe of his in seconds and flew faster than infinity.
Makes sense, he can keep up with the Flash, whose speed is so ludicrous it's unquantifiable.
Yeah, the Flash, man. I love how fast the Flash just it's like, what? Like, it's like that doesn't make sense, man. Like, you can't be moving that fast anywhere near anything else. Like.
Don't count Goku out, though. Flying across the entire afterlife in base form and outspeeding Eos's future sight takes some crazy speed.
Fighting Zamasu as an omnipresent merged timeline also implies immeasurable speeds.
That, combined with instant transmission and Ultra Instinct, could probably keep up.
Maybe. Quantifiably, Superman is faster, but both are immeasurable. The safest bet here is to say they tie in speed.
Especially when we look at skill. Goku's a martial arts master. He's definitely got better battle instincts. He wants to fight and is dedicated to his training, while Superman sees training as a means to an end.
Superman's knowledge in pressure point combat and Kryptonian martial arts are impressive, but he's only used them a few times. It would be disingenuous to say he's an equivalent master at them.
So Goku wins in skill, but not necessarily in experience.
Don't get it wrong, Superman is not a mindless brawler. He's trained with Batman and Wonder Woman. He's even defeated martial arts experts like Cobra without powers.
Goku has spent decades training, but Superman battled Norse demons for 1,000 years.
He's also astonishingly brilliant, like when he reassembled the reality warping miracle machine from memory. Experience obviously goes to Superman, but perhaps less obvious is our last category, powers.
Hakai, Spirit Bomb, Mafuba, Instant Transmission, God Key, God Bind. How does Goku not win with those?
In Dragon Ball, Ki is dependent on physical ability, so it's different from magic. God Ki is simply pure Ki, and magic isn't an auto win against Superman anyway, whose greater strength could break out of something like the God Bind.
Mafuba and the Spirit Bomb would take way too long, and Goku's never successfully used Hakai before. Even if he did land it, Superman's impossible to erase from reality. Like, he's tanked Omega Beams, which do the same thing as Hakai.
Superman can time travel, countering Instant Transmission's similar ability from Heroes. And regarding teleporting him to a red star, ignoring the fact that Saiyans can't breathe in space, though Goku's certainly tough enough to withstand a vacuum, Instant Transmission requires another person to act as a beacon. He can't just warp to any red star.
Even if he did, Superman could simply fly away and find a blue or white star for a supercharge.
And Goku could not pull off the same trick twice, as Superman could phase through his attacks.
So, that's it then. Clark has too many counters, so he takes the edge in powers and it's over.
Well, I think there's something else. Goku versus Superman breaches a broader zeitgeist. It's more than just two characters fighting. For a whole generation,
It's America versus Japan. And ultimately, We know how that went.
Especially in 90s America, superheroes represented an unyielding status quo. Spider-Man, Batman, Captain America rarely change who they are or what they believe in. For a lot of people, that's tiring, and Superman is an icon of that. Then along came anime. There was a whole other world of ideas and stories for us sheltered Westerners to experience, and Goku's an icon of that. So while many see this as a debate between characters, others see it as a debate of ideologies and culture. And if that's what's at stake, who wants Goku to lose?
You sure you're not overthinking this?
It's not our intent, but it does call into question what we're doing. How can people agree with what we take as fact when fiction relies on interpretation? Are we stripping characters of their importance by simplifying them to contestants in a vacuum of violence? And if so, then what's the point?
Because it's fun, Wiz! Damn it, man! There's more than one way to appreciate something! We're having a great time talking about awesome characters and slamming action figures together, and that's okay!
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just saying, no matter who you prefer, that battle was super, man!
That's the worst pun.
What? It fits them both.
It's so lame.
I don't see you doing any better.
I do the math, the pun's your job.
Well, maybe if you math as good as I punned, then Goku would have won.
What is wrong with you?
Nah, so good. That was so good, man. Like, that was... I'm actually going to subscribe to this channel after this. That was so good. That was so good. Like, the best. Thank you very much, Maxwell. That was the best suggestion you've ever gave to this channel. That was good. That was so... I don't know if it had anything. I mean, in terms of philosophy, I think there is, as you say, like, epic. Like, there is something individualistic. Like, how do we interpret, like, a hero? Now, you see, I don't actually... Unlike... I mean, Hegel, I think, interprets, like, the heroism as essentially going against the establishment of the state. And I think there's the kind of... But then I think you've got the Batman. This is why Batman's the best. Because Batman is the culmination of the state in the man. Right? Where he is the rule of law manifest as justice. Right? He is justice. And he's there to reestablish the Constitution, the law in Gotham. And he will always be the best, man. No, that was so good. It was definitely so good. No, man, like, you know when I say, like, I don't know anything on YouTube, like, and I mean that. Like, I don't know. Like, those, like, you know, like, they could have, like, as this has, like, 6 million subs. I've never seen that before. But that was great. Like, you know. I'm like the guy on YouTube who's never watched YouTube. Like, you could, like, your boomer parents have probably watched more YouTube than me. Like, that's the truth of it. But yeah, I do think that, like, heroism can be reconciled within society. But I mean, Hegel kind of sees that as well as the world figures, right? So, like, you know, what we're talking about here is a sort of the culmination of a zeitgeist. And I think in this sense, it's in fictional form rather than concrete form. No, YouTube, I waste loads of time on YouTube. I just never see things I actually want to see. Like, I just see, like, mine's mostly, like, full of, like, stuff I want to avoid, really. And to be honest, I managed to waste time anyway. Like, I end up doing stupid stuff like rechecking my emails multiple times a day when I'm trying to work. Like, or like, I don't know. It's like, it's weird, like ADHD stuff. But yeah, thank you very much, Maximo. That was a very good suggestion. Well done. Okay, I think we'll probably have to call that there. But that was really fun. That was a good way to end it, especially since the start of this, like, was so, like, not fun. That was, like, a nice way to end this stream. So thank you for that. Okay, so if you liked it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe. You lost that eagle debate. Fuck you, Howden. Okay, if you liked it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe. Check out my course, An Introduction to Western Philosophy, so that you can learn philosophers such as Hegel, Thomas Aquinas, Plato, Socrates, you know, all the good ones. And as always, try to gain some perspective. Have a good night, everyone.